But
Nah,
most of the rest of it wouldn't let that happen anyway. Just
I
because you had the magazine didn't mean you had the rest.
yeah. Well, what I did was I don't know. I got all my other mags loaded up pretty much with good shit, steel penetrators and all that kind of shit. So
Right.
I don't really like to unload and load those up. I kind of like once I get a mag and it's gonna be dedicated to whatever, I just load it up and I don't touch it. And then I got like 2 or 3 other mags that I constantly unload and load. So like that 10-round mag, I fuck with my 40-round mag. I'm always filling it up and shooting it off, and then I got one 30-round mag that I got marked also. So I got about 3 mags where I actually shoot out of, and then the rest are just, they stay loaded up with good shit ready to go, and I just don't touch them.
I hear you.
I don't know if that's, everybody would agree with that, but that's what I do.
Hey, everybody gets to do whatever the fuck they want. It's your rig. You do what you feel's right. You know what I mean? I don't shoot all my loaded mags. I mean, unless I'm busy and heading out and all kinds of crap. But
Yeah. Yep. I got all my mags like fucking color coded on the bottom too, unless they're GI mags, so I know what's what and what I'm grabbing and shit. So I clean my baby. I haven't cleaned this thing in a long time. I had to clean it.
right. I know.
Yeah.
Once in a while, you got to break down and clean it. I know. Tomorrow, I'm gonna clean. I'm gonna actually clean the AK just because I got to clean the. I got to clean the Suchka, my new Suchka.
Oh, really? You put so many rounds through it, it's time to clean it?
No, but it's new, so I do keep them clean when they're new and break it in a barrel, and it's not chrome lined.
Yeah,
right?
I've never broken in a barrel in my life.
Well, I break it in by running rounds through.
It's not chrome lined?
No, with the Yugo's never chrome lined. They expected you to clean the damn gun.
Yeah, I don't even think my underfolder is chrome line. I can't really tell you because I tried to do the research, but I never found anything saying it was, so I'm assuming it's not.
Right, so I know I'm not shooting corrosive ammo, right? I shot brand new Wolf out of it. Shit, you know, three boxes out of the new case. So, because I had never loaded the Rebel mags yet until just now. That was the first time they were loaded too. So I figured I'd load them up, and that's what I'd use for the test. I got the 75 round drum ready, and I was like, you know.
Mm-hmm.
Let me do Rebels mags. I haven't tested those out yet. And they ran fine, looked good too.
Cool.
I'll tell you what, that little pseudo SBR is awesome. You know, it really is. Let me say hi to whoever's out there. Let me rewind it on up. Start it all over again. Oh, I guess I should switch things. It's better. Yeah, now. Newest first. What's up, Kenny and Linda? How you doing? Third op. He's here for the conspiracies. Carlos
Awesome.
Riviera. He's only 25 miles southeast of Murrieta. Wow. You know, our boy, the 10-round Patriot, he went up to Murrieta the other day. So, Carlos, if you can get in touch with him, maybe you guys can get together. Even though you kind of crazy, a little crazier than him. So be good on my little buddy, 10-round Patriot. Okay, he's not as nuts as some of us.
Nope, not
Yeah,
yet.
man.
It takes time.
What's up, Camper Keith? How you guys doing?
I got something just for the Green Dragon crew.
Cool, cool. Let me say hi to Black Wolf 357 Mag and Chad Lilly. They just got in. How you guys doing? As you can see, what we're going to talk about tonight is pretty easy, right? It's the Riot cops are being sent to Murrieta for more of these protests.
Oh, boy.
And Gillespie seems to be wanting to heat up the Bundy thing now that it cooled down. Like everybody who was involved in it and those of us that watched said that they were going to let it calm down and then they were going to start coming after people. And the cops in Vegas keep reminding everybody about that, right? They ain't letting it die. They keep bringing it back up every once in a while. Oh, our cops were scared. Now you get Gillespie saying somebody's going to have to pay, all that kind of crap. So,
Anybody
yeah.
else? Anybody else on Minuteman status?
Is anybody else besides Tony and me? But I'm always on Minuteman status.
I'm on Minuteman status tonight, but not at the same time.
Ah. Only took him a minute, but he's like a lion. He does it 30 times, so he's good.
No, I meant I gotta be ready to go at any minute, you motherfucker.
Oh, okay. Hey, at least I was giving you lion cred, right?
You motherfucker.
We should do
Girl's gonna send me poison jerky next. Watch.
Yeah.
We should do a drill. We should do a drill.
I know what you were saying.
We should do a drill and see who's on Minuteman status. I'm ready.
You're already ready. Mine's right here if you really want to see it.
I'm ready. That's all it took. I'm ready. Grab my rifle, bam, out the door. I'm ready. I went over everything like fucking 20 times, so kind of just know what to grab and then go out the door. But everybody's got to get on that Minuteman status. What happened when... What's up?
Don't load, baby. Yeah, you think you're the only one, biatch? Right, cool. Combat load, right? I use the dump pouch back here for the 75-round drum, so it ain't really carrying much weight. Yeah, baby.
Got my backpack that Third sent me. Ready to rock and roll. Got the chest rig.
Holy shit, that's like a belly rig. You look pregnant in that thing.
Yeah, buddy. I tried pulling it up. I tried pulling it up super high, but it just gets smaller. So I think this is more comfortable too, where it's at. So it's good where it's at. I can rest my arm on my little med kit.
Yeah, Tony, that's what I still got to get a med kit. But
I got extra, obviously AR mags. I got extra Glock mags. I got
That's gonna suck if you gotta go prone though, won't it? I mean, don't you usually run?
I tried it. It's in the video, the last video I just uploaded. I went prone in it.
Okay.
Yeah.
What's up, Rebel?
Some knee pads and maybe, yeah, at least some knee pads.
what's up, Reb? Oh, look at that! Oh, a side folder in SBR and pseudo SBR. Oh, a little late on the video though, bro. I beat you to it.
Yeah, you still haven't done the jerky video, so you both can win on that one. You motherfuckers.
It didn't even take him 3 seconds for me to be in here to mention it.
Yeah, now I owe you $10. God damn you, Stinger. You made a fucking side bet that you would take. I bet you would at least take fucking 3 minutes.
3 seconds.
Now I gotta send him $10 and that fucking software that you guys gave me.
And the leftover jerky that he didn't eat and didn't want to hurt your feelings, tell you that he didn't eat.
What's up, Reb? We're on Minuteman status.
Yeah, dude, that's why I came in real quick. I just got out of the pool. Need to take a shower, but yeah, so catch me up to speed because I don't know what's going on.
Well, we're gonna... Tony wanted to talk about...
Obama is gay and Michelle is transgender.
Well, I already knew that. Tell me something I don't know.
Okay, Gillespie said he's going to be taking... Shut up! Gillespie said he's going to be... that a reckoning is going to end up coming to Bundy Ranch, and then riot cops are going to be heading down to Murrieta for the protests.
Wow.
So that kind of catches you up to where we stand. That's what the plan to talk about tonight is.
Well,
For now we're talking Minuteman status because Tony just got finished cleaning his guns and he's reloading mags and going, yeah, I'm ready, bitches.
wow.
We're just saying hypotheticals here, Rebel.
Yeah.
No, not hypothetically. My rifle usually is not far from arm's reach, and my my combat load's always ready. You know, so being on Minuteman, that shit just stays like that all the time anyway.
Yeah.
Hence the pistol hanging on the wall.
Mm-hmm. Pistol with the arm brace.
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm gonna have to retighten everything and use blue Loctite, but like a fucking champ.
Right.
You know, it's a goddamn AK. What's it gonna do? Work all the time.
Yeah, but it's a solid fucking AK.
Oh yeah, man.
You know.
Finish on it, man. Parts. I mean, they stripped this gun apart and rebuilt it here in America.
Right.
That's straight from the factory, straight from Chicago.
Yep.
Oh, remember when I was telling you about that guy who couldn't figure out the shepherd's hook?
Yeah.
Well, he
Hate
does
that thing.
another video this afternoon, right? About how somebody clued him into those, you know, the Krebs Custom and the Power and the Tapco.
Right.
He's like, oh, so I guess my gun isn't broken and I don't have to send it back. I just need to check out other people's videos.
Yeah, you might want to do that once in a while, you narcissistic fuck.
Right? I just found that as funny. Yeah, you know what? Show us your new mag. Fucker.
This could be yours.
Yeah. All you have to do is sell your soul to the devil.
One of a kind.
Said all you have to do is sell your soul to the devil.
Cryptect We the People magazine with the Patriot up on top.
Is that for my new AK, Reb?
Huh?
Is that for my new AK?
Yep. Fucking A.
And he'll give it to you for a discount, only $30.
Just bring some reefer when you come up.
Oh, there you go.
I want a scar, man.
Yeah, that's the
Hold on,
new.
man.
That's the
I'll be
new.
right back.
That's the new shit coming out of the rebel camp right there.
The pattern looks like you hydro dipped it, dude. That's how good I think that looks. Looks like it's a hydro dip.
Yeah, you see that? And then I've got the Minuteman right there. How fitting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I think we should have a little. We should have
For
a
those
little.
of you that want custom jobs done, you want a picture of Obama bleeding from a bullet wound, we can make that happen. You want Nancy Pelosi hanging from a friggin' tree, make that happen too.
Bro.
Whatever your imagination can think of.
Feinstein crucified upside down.
Michael Obama grabbing his junk.
Give me something more challenging than that, would you?
Dude,
Yeah, I'm gonna do two in desert Cryptech, and then I'm gonna do two in the green. And then I got some other cool stuff coming out. But yeah, so it sounds like things are heating up a bit, huh?
Yes, sir. We're going. What was it? The Oath Keeper said we're going hot, or what they say?
The Oath Keeper's going operational. Yeah, they meant they're going to get pizza. That's what they really meant.
But no, there's a lot of other people talking about it too. I mean, there's a few. There's a bunch of economists talking about how what's going on with brick and what's going on with the dollar and what's going on with different shit in the world. You know.
Green Dragon is going operational.
Hey, you know what? This week I am getting that damn PayPal going so we can go operational and pay and help people pay to get to things that aren't where people are needed. You know, I mean, I still can't believe we haven't heard from anybody in Texas. You know, and that Texas thing where you know the drums were pounding and we were hearing little bits and pieces, and then all of a sudden it went quiet. I don't believe that bullshit. What the fuck's going on there? Why is there a media blackout? Not just a media, but a an alternative media blackout. You know?
The Texas and the California militia are joining forces, supposedly.
Yeah, I heard the same thing. But that's the first news I've heard in a week, pretty much, about what's going on in Texas.
So, Tony, let me ask you, man, because you know some of the California militia guys. Do they have 10-rounders or what?
When they came out, they had their 30-round mags. They had bullet buttons, but they had their 30-round mags.
Oh, okay, cool.
Bullet buttons. They didn't strip those fuckers out. I mean, that'd be, as I'm sitting there, as I cross the line, if I wasn't driving, I'd be ripping a bullet button out of the fucking gun that fast.
Yeah.
If I got to sit on my leg with a fucking hammer chiseling,
the thing is that I hear from all those guys from California with the bullet buttons that it's not a big deal. Like, to me, I guess it'd be a big deal because we're so used to doing it the way we do it. But what I hear from a lot of those guys is it's really not that big of a deal. I mean, I guess it's obviously going to take a little bit longer to reload mags or whatever, but a lot of people say, hey, it's not as big a deal as everybody makes it out to be. I mean, that's the way they operate, so maybe they're just used to it or whatever. I don't know.
Sure, but I mean, all the bullet buttons I've seen for the AK, and I've watched a few videos, and the latest ones were Chris's, but they put this big chunky block of thing right there on the mag release button, and it's just damn, The AK's so fucking simple, and they make it complicated with that bullshit.
Yeah.
Well, the more liberal a state becomes, the more, it becomes dangerous, and of course they blame the wrong people.
Yeah. Ain't that the truth, buddy?
All right, well. Well, there's a lull in the action. I think I'm going to jump in the shower. I'll be listening, though. So.
All right, come back in when you're done or whatever.
Yeah.
Talk to you later. Because, I'm going to want to talk, pseudo SBRs in a little bit. Being I got to shoot mine today.
Well, the rhetoric, really, Gillespie, now, I guess people have left there now then, right? I mean, we need a fucking status report. Tony, get in the fucking car, Yeah,
that's one of the things I wanted to touch on, too, is people are bailing out of the place and everything's calmed down a little bit so they think they can nut up and go start arresting people?
Yeah, I want a head count, man. You got the kids, Tony?
Yeah.
Obviously, all the time, right?
Yeah, Wednesday, Thursday, and Friday I won't. So maybe when I get off or something. I don't know. I gotta get this PayPal together, man. Because I'm telling you right now, I'm fucking dude. I'm on fumes. So any way that I'm gonna get out there is gonna have to be. I don't know. We should just get on this Green Dragon thing and get.
Well, that's what I'm doing this week, Tone. So tomorrow after work, you hit me up and you walk me through it.
All right.
And I'll talk to the old lady about getting it put into our bank account for now until we can open a separate one just for the Dragon.
Yeah. Yeah, because you could have them. I don't think you have to link it to your bank account, but you have to put in an order for one of their cards, and then you'll get a card in the mail.
They're still taking, if somebody puts money in your PayPal, they're still taking a percentage, though, right?
Yeah, yep.
Yeah,
I forget what the percentage is, but some of the donations that I got, I couldn't believe how much the fucking PayPal took.
Yeah,
I think it's like 1% or some shit like that.
No, I think it's more between 3 and 5, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, you're probably right.
But that's even if you go through a bank account, right?
3% for me, anyway.
And does it go into your bank account, Sting?
No. The PayPal is a bank, and they'll give you a card. If you have to, you can transfer funds from PayPal to your bank, but they take their sweet-ass time. They want to hold that money as long as possible, basically.
No, mine's linked up to my bank account, and if I buy something with PayPal, I don't have to have money in PayPal. It comes straight out of my account.
Right, and I don't want to do that. But if they put money in your account, it goes straight into your account too, though, right?
No.
That's right. Yeah, for me, well, I have to click the transfer to my account. It's not automatic.
Yeah, and
Oh,
it
okay.
takes 3 business days.
Yeah.
So
Wow.
yeah,
Yeah,
I mean,
doesn't
it,
usually doesn't take that long though. Unless it's on a weekend, it'll take that long. But if it's on a weekday, it only takes a day or two. And they used to have it to where you could transfer it to MoneyGram, but they're ending that deal.
Too bad.
yeah, yeah. All right. Well, I'm gonna listen. I'm gonna go take a shower. I just got out of the pool. I'll jump in later when I'm working on some paint stuff.
All right.
All right. Late.
Later. So Tony, being you're out there, and you already knew this was coming with Gillespie. What do you think about what he said in the paper today?
Well, I mean, I expected it. So, I mean, I think it's just a matter of time before they go do it. There was still a good amount of people out there when I was out last time. You know, there was a permanent camp set up, permanent mess hall, a bunch of permanent structures set up. So I'm gonna have to take a ride out there and go check on it. And the thing is, Cliven does like an interview like almost every day at like 1 p.m. Pacific. He's always out there, and no media, nobody shows up. You know, because
Right.
it's
So it'd be
died
good for
down.
you to do an update. You know, it'd be good to let us know because I'll tell you what, that is the problem. Is everybody gets apathetic. You know, to where they stop paying attention, they stop caring about what's going on, and that's how the world's gotten to where it is because nobody gives a fuck, right? If they ignore it for long enough, they think it goes away, and it doesn't.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I'm playing on that short-term memory thing. And speaking of Bundy, I subbed to his YouTube account. They ain't made a post in a long time. I'm wondering
Yeah.
about it.
So that'd be great to do an update, Tony, and let everybody know what's going on. Even do a live one if you want to. You know what I mean? Like whatever you want to do. But
Yeah, I want to get down there, man. I mean, but I don't know. I want to get to the border too. So I'm kind of like I don't know what the fuck I want to do right now.
yeah,
But
but Bundy's an hour away. The border's 7.
yeah, I would love to get down to the border though, man. That's like I think that seems like it's a lot more dire right now. I think they're gonna sit on the Bundy thing for a while. I think Gillespie and them they're gonna run their mouth for a while
Well, it's an
before.
election year, so right? Isn't his guy trying to get his job? His second in command trying to take over for him,
Yeah,
so he can like become a senator or a congressman or some shit.
yeah.
I'd like to, the
Um,
funny thing is the little bit of border stuff we do here isn't in Arizona, and I'd like to hear if one of these days maybe Sting can find out a little better what's going on down the Arizona border, because for a lot of you Nevada guys, that's a lot closer than California or Texas, and we ain't hearing shit out of New Mexico or Arizona, and I'm wondering what's going on there. I figured it'd be worse with all the illegals coming over, or do they already know not to go anywhere near Arizona?
who knows? I mean, fucking, the thing that sucks is out there, and I've been down there, is the cell coverage and all that shit is next to none. So I don't know, unless you got some type of industrial or like somebody like Pete Santilli can go down there and broadcast. I don't think we're gonna be doing no cell phone broadcast down there. I mean, the
Well,
board.
remember the concert, you were able to pull it off a little.
Yeah, but I mean, still, there's a major town right next to Bunkerville, and the border for the most part, unless you're like around that Laredo area, them Texas areas, maybe even a couple spots in New Mexico, dude, it's desolate. There's nothing out there.
Right.
You know, some of the harshest fucking terrain in the world is right there, and there's nothing out there. Probably a lot of the Arizona border is probably a lot like that.
I wonder about using like one of those little portable ham radios, at least doing audio only.
Right. Well, some of the stories I've heard from the border aren't good in Arizona, but it seems like nothing's getting out, right? Like And I'm sure there are people down there doing shit, right? On both.
Yeah, they're not really crossing the Arizona border. They're more being shipped to Arizona from Texas and California.
Okay, so and that's what I was wondering because I mean, from what I understand, there's basically a hot little war going on down in the Arizona border.
Well, yeah, there's that too. Where that was a separate incident though, where the Mexican government said that they were chasing some drug runners, which nobody could verify, and ended up shooting some American citizens on American land, and then fleeing back to Mexico before anything could be done.
Right. And I'm sure that's not the first, nor the and actually, when I'm doing hearing about that and doing a little research, I found out it's not the first, nor is it going to be the last time that happens. And there's a lot of people, it turns out, that are exchanging lead down there, right? The cartels are exchanging it with Americans, the ranchers, and the.
That's why I told you guys a while back that there's a lot of there's a lot of ranches out there that are having their hands in themselves fighting people crossing illegally. Now it's mostly cartel members because the cartel members are trying to use their ranch as a path to go to in order to drop off their drugs. And so, there's constant gunfire going off because they're on these people's ranch, so legally they can shoot them. If you're 1 foot on your property, you have a right to shoot them.
You know what the crazy part is none of us are fucking dope heads or nothing in here, or we're all ex-dope heads maybe, or some of us are ex-dope heads. I'd like to see what the prices on fucking certain drugs are right now, just to see if this influx, because a lot of it they're saying is they're using all these motherfuckers coming in to basically flood more drugs into the country now that they're not being stopped, you know?
I have a thought to ask a few people I know. Because I
Yeah.
don't give a fuck, right? I don't care about the price of Mexican black in Chicago, you know what I mean? But I could find out.
Well, yeah, that's what I'm saying. You could probably tell if, you know,
Yeah.
fucking, if heroin prices are way down and coke prices are way down. I mean, that might be a good way to find out.
Well, even the swag weed, if that's coming in by the buttload. But being that's so bulky, they usually don't use small transport like humans.
Yeah.
So, it's a good idea, though. I'll have to talk to a few people this week, find out. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
What current market value is for... Well, because you know what? And here's the fucked up thing. Heroin prices I know have been going down, not from the Mexican side, but from the Afghani side, right? There's a total influx of fucking Afghan heroin in the United States right now.
Dude,
Right?
heroin is so fucking cheap already.
Yeah.
It's extremely cheap. Like, some of the prices I hear is just fucking insane. And that's why a lot of people go from doing pills and shit, because the pills are a lot harder to get your hands on. They're a lot more expensive, and they could get a way, way better high off of going to heroin. And it's way cheaper. I mean,
Yeah.
I think
Well, I gotta talk to a few. I gotta talk to a couple of cokeheads I know. Find out.
I
What
think it's
current
like
market value is.
1/4 or 1/6 of the price of pills. It's something ridiculous.
Yeah. And there's so much of it just from Afghanistan in the country right now. If it starts coming at the southern border too, there's going to be. I mean, we already have an epidemic that they're not talking about, right? You don't even hear much about the heroin trade these days, yet it's prolific.
Yeah,
You know?
dude. Yes, heroin is like fucking everywhere right now. Everywhere.
Yeah. Where if I mean, they talk about a drug war and they're not doing shit about that either, right?
Yeah, just like with the the war on violence, they just attack us.
Yeah. What's up, HDP? How you doing?
I don't know. I heard Tony say gear check, so I had to go make sure I had everything ready.
All right. Oh, look, he's got hit. Well, yeah, but you usually have yours on. You'll come in
We're on
and
Miniman. We're on Miniman status right now.
Oh yeah, I bet down there for sure.
Yeah. Did you hear Gillespie? Did you read Gillespie's interview?
He's the one that sent it to me.
Oh, okay. So yeah.
Let's just pretend like A lot of these that are crossing over the border, don't have criminal records, and pretend like they're not drunk, murderers, rapists. A lot of them getting over the border, and they come over here and they do their shit. They try to keep that under wraps. It does leak out occasionally, though. You got all the worst of the worst, and of course they're just getting dumped on us. Always have for a long time. If you have to Mexican prisons, dump them at the border.
Yeah, Cuba did that to us. Cuba did that to us a long time ago. If anybody doesn't remember the boat, fucking everybody was bouncing when Reagan announced amnesty, and everybody split out of Cuba, and he dumped his prisons on America. Now we have the movie Scarface because of it, but still.
Well, yeah, that's all by intention, you see.
Mm-hmm. And I mean, nobody remembers the Freedom Town riots or whatever outside of Miami and shit. And dude, fucking Miami was a goddamn war zone all through the 80s. And not just from fucking coke, but just from the dumping of all the Cuban prisoners in America because of fucking amnesty.
Yep. Yeah, something is going to be the tipping point here soon. And I mean, I just had this feeling for a while, but there's some chatter out there or what the fuck ever. I've been getting some personal emails about Civil War and a whole bunch of shit.
Yeah, that one was kind of debunked, but there's definitely the vibe everywhere. And if you read, like I've been reading the comment section of all these of all the standard news crap and the liberal press on this Gillespie story, and they're all, oh yeah, hang them high, we need to go, they go to the violence way faster than anybody else.
Seriously, there's comments like that?
Oh, fuck yeah, dude, there's
man.
The Air Force should have bombed them all, they should have done a strike, they could have done a Hellfires on there at the time, all this, that, and the other thing. They need to go round every single one of them up and put them in a camp. They really want to go to jail. They need to be tried for treason and sedition and all this shit. And, yeah, they're on fire. And they want every one of you hung. And everyone involved in it hung.
I guess we're a lot closer than I thought then.
So, yeah.
I didn't know the libs were that passionate about their government tyranny.
Oh, and they're loving it, dude. They're calling for more. Right? Because some of them were talking about how, Feinstein was right, and these idiots who don't even have a GED shouldn't be out there posting shit against the government. There
were probably more degreed people at Bundy Ranch than probably in anywhere else in Vegas that day.
I wouldn't doubt it. I really wouldn't doubt it. But you understand what I'm saying. I mean,
yeah, I know they're typical rhetoric, teabagging, racist, whatever.
The whole nine. Billionaire welfare queens.
That's me and Tony right there. we sum that up.
Right, and even Tony tells us about what it's really like at the Bundy Ranch, right? These people don't live like they're fucking high on the hog. They're working ranchers. The working family land that has been there forever.
Yeah, I mean,
before it was a state.
People always see the big ranch house and think, oh, they're real rich. Well, half the time they're either supporting ranch hands or grandchildren, or it's been passed down for so many generations they've been able to add on.
They don't even have that, though. They don't even have.
Yeah, I mean, I'm just saying, the people's impressions, and even people that have big ranch houses, it's because it's been generationally handed down and they've been able to add on over time.
Yeah.
Like anybody could for 200 years or whatever.
I mean, you're out in the desert, man. Stacking up some rocks and building a house is just a matter of physical labor. It ain't about money.
Yeah.
And anyways, I mean, you're talking about people that are making these judgments that don't have businesses of their own. They work for somebody else. They have no clue the expense. I mean,
Hey, if it's not on the internet, it can't be worthwhile.
I know the guy
Silicon Valley
head above water. He's nothing like these big corporate entities, that have the feedlots and all this other crap. I mean, of course, they're making billions and hand over fist and subsidized out the ass. He isn't. He's just a working man. He may have a big spread, but it takes a big spread in the middle of nowhere to make something of it.
Oh yeah.
To pay the bills.
I mean, I'll tell you what. I should do a comparison video. Have like Tony go out and show that what it takes to support that amount of cattle in that area, and then I can show what it would take to support that amount of cattle in my area. Right? It's a way different acreage.
Dude,
right?
This land is fucking unforgiving. People see it in the pictures and the videos and shit like that we do, but dude, until you come out here, fucking telling you, man. It was out there the other day, out in the middle of fucking nowhere, and it was like 115, 116 out there, and it was like midday. It was already 108 when I got out there at like 10 or 11. I think it was 10 or 11. It was already 108 out in the middle of the fucking desert.
Right, and that shit just sucks all the moisture right out your body,
Yeah. I mean, and the ground, the terrain, actual terrain is just, there's nothing there. I mean, it's just fucking, try taking a couple mile hike or working out there on that land. Fuck. You're not only talking about the heat, you ain't working flat land or rolling hills. You're talking about fucking just, washed away fucking, you got washes out there, big fucking boulders, fucking goes on, but it's just...
And that's why those cattle eat free range, whereas like around here, they get hay, right, because they just grow their own fucking hay fields, and then they have plenty of pasture land to let the cows eat grass. I mean, it takes probably maybe a quarter to a fifth the size of amount of land to handle the same amount of cattle, right?
Yeah.
Compared to Illinois to Nevada. And these fucking people have no clue. They don't care. They just think everybody should be strung up. Same with, I've read the other side on the Murrieta stuff, right? And it's always funny because you read the story in these liberal fucking newspapers or whatever, new blog sites, whatever the fuck you call them, websites, right? And they actually tell the facts, but they fuck it up the way they tell it. But still, then you go down and start reading the comment section, and people don't understand that the people who got arrested and were being violent were the ones that they look up to, right? The ones who burned the flags were the one on July 4th were the ones they look up to, right? They were the pro open border people, who say national borders shouldn't mean shit in this digital age, and that's just ridiculous. The tone of the country is scary at the moment. At least if you read the blogs, read the fucking comment sections of news stories, and check out the way each side's looking at shit.
Oh, I'm all for open borders if we eliminate all governments. That way we can just all free range and free associate. Then it would be cool. But as long as you've got national governments, you're going to have problems. You can't let things intermix like that. Really, it puts all the burden on one or the other, and it creates a lot of chaos.
And so would open borders. Open borders, even for every nation, would be chaos. It would be insanity. Because think of it, not unless you had one. I mean, then you would need one world order kind of thing. You have to have one set of rules, right? But then just by building those rules, you're building a corrupt system because somebody's going to be in fucking power.
Further and further out of your reach to control them or call them back.
Yeah, I mean, if I want total freedom, we need to bring it back to little tribal things.
Decentralize it, yeah. Absolutely, that's what I've been saying. Decentralize. Food supply, government, everything.
That's what I've been saying, too.
Yeah.
But I've been saying secession, which is a little different, but anyway.
But it's just the wording of it, HD, right?
It really
is.
Yeah,
So,
just the wording of it, but it's just generally the same premise. I agree. I'm with that. I'm down with that.
yeah, because I mean, you draw it back. You can go back further and further and further, right? And just to let anybody know, the only reason why I'm wearing gloves is because I'm sitting right next to the damn air conditioner that cools my kitchen and living room, so I'm freezing my ass off.
Send some this way, Mule. It's like 98 outside right now here.
Oh yeah, it's in the high 80s with some moisture, but yeah, I'm freezing my ass off. But, yeah, it really is just down in the wording, because every time you go, the more local you get, you're basically talking more tribal, right? You're talking more of the smaller and smaller community, you know? And it being more, the smaller the community, the more it takes care of its own community, right? And we've gotten so big where everybody looks up to Uncle Shug to do shit that they should be dealing with in their own house, you know? And not just their own physical house, which is true as well, right, with the destruction of the family and taking the real breadwinner out of the family and supplementing it with welfare, you know, and that kind of crap and all these subsidies and shit. You know, but even to the bigger picture,
That's the real problem right now. I mean, it's allowing people to come over illegal is undermining the support net structure of the country, and the financial system's already on its last leg. So this is just going to speed that up, while at the same time creating people that are obedient to the centralized government. So that's a huge problem.
yeah, because the Dems are finding out that they better do it quick, because if they try and do it, you know, they started reading the tea leaves from Texas long before we did, and that's why this is plans playing out, right? Because everybody was thinking that Texas was going to go blue, 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 blue. Well, it turns out when you let whole families in, or whole Latin families are just like everybody else. They're actually pretty conservative when they get down to it, right? They care about their family. They live under a family structure. They care about their God, you know, and they care about, you know, getting ahead and doing well for their family, just like everybody else, skin color or no. Once you get down to the base unit of humanity, right? Man, women, children. You know, how do you keep roof over the head for kids, food in the belly for them, so you can procreate and make more of them, right? And hopefully do better. You can learn things, you can live a good life, then you get to go meet Jesus, you know? Well, or whoever you decide is your God. You know, I don't
be
give
reincarnated as an elephant or whatever.
I don't care. You know, this is America. You can worship anybody you want. You just can't tell me who I should worship. You know? And if we're going to be a real land of laws, then we all have to agree to what laws we're the land of, because I have my law is different than yours, HD. You know? So we have to come to some sort of an agreement to live together as a society. And that's what the whole Declaration of Independence, Constitution, and Bill of Rights is all about. And they can bitch and whine about the fact that, okay, back in the day, women weren't considered people, and people of other races weren't considered people. Well, that has changed, you know, and we do understand that we're all human beings under the skin at this point. So we don't need to really change those base documents. We just have to read them for today. Just like same with even the Second Amendment. We have to bring it down to an armed citizenry is what's best for the country.
Don't ruin my next video, Mule. I'm telling you.
Oh, sorry. I'm gonna shut up.
No, right. I mean, the thing is, if you just follow what it says, this whole idea of a living document is BS, because it's law. Law does not live. It says what it says, and you apply it. If you want to change it, you change it. If you don't have the votes, you can't change it.
Yeah. Well, that's where this
and
whole
that's why for the last 50 years they've been pushing living document thing, because they know they don't have the votes to change it legally.
Yeah. And that's where this imperial presidency shit, which I knew, that's why I was never a Bush fan, right? I haven't been a Republican ever, right? Didn't like fucking Reagan, could only tolerate Bush one a little bit, and couldn't stand fucking Bush too, right? But then again, I'm not a Democrat either. Didn't like Jimmy, didn't like fucking, didn't like Clinton, don't like this one, right? Because I think for my fucking self, and they're all fucked. You know, but really, I mean, Bush pushed it with that imperial presidency, and now we're reaping what was sown with this asshole saying he doesn't need to even listen to Congress, right? He's just going to fucking rule by fiat.
Yep, dictate.
Yeah, which is exactly what rule by fiat. Yeah, I mean, yeah, dictate. And he's telling people, I'm going to do it. Look, I got a pen and a phone. I'm going to dictate.
Pen. What does the phone do for him? I still don't understand the phone part of that.
Neither did I, but I'm just repeating what he said. You know what I mean? Yeah, man, it's just insane. And that's why I had a shitty, you know, me and the family, we had fun. We had a nice barbecue, right? We went and saw fireworks, but it wasn't the same. I didn't enjoy the 4th of July like I did in the past. And like I told you guys before, it was my favorite holiday. I loved the 4th of July. Loved it, loved it, loved it. You know? And I guess through all these chats, you understand I love history too, as an interest, right? And American especially. So it's always been like my holiday kind of thing. I loved it, you know what I'm saying? And I was just bummed the whole damn day. Every song that came on, proud to be an American, at least I know I'm free. And I'm like, fucking tell me, show me. I'm not going to sing that shit. You know, even though I've known that song since it's been out, right? The closest one I could actually associate with, which I've associated with for a long time, is Born in the USA. Because if you actually listen to that song, it's not like this super pro-America song. And nobody gets that. That's why it was funny when Reagan tried to opt it for, or Bush 1 tried to opt it for their campaign, and he kind of told them to fuck off because they didn't actually listen to the damn song.
And then he took the Who song and had to take out the new boss was the same as the old boss.
What's up, Rebs? Good to see you back.
Yeah, where'd he go?
Feel like $1 million.
Yeah, right.
Wow, my nipples are fucking diamond cutter and shit from my air conditioner.
Yeah, Reb, you might have somebody crashing your pool party later this week.
Yeah, right. Right.
It's supposed to be like 105 tomorrow or something like that, isn't it?
Mm-hmm. Bring it. I'm prepared.
Cool, kids, we're going to Nevada. We're going to crash Rebel's pool party.
Right.
Don't tell them that Tony, just to make sure they know Tony's not going to be there.
No, they're all like, I heard that. 105, fuck you, Dad. We ain't going nowhere.
Pool or no pool.
Yeah.
All right, so which one of you old men here has put on your shorts backwards, not realized it?
What are you talking
What?
Dry heat.
Damn.
Okay, crisscross.
Crisscross.
My camera isn't on, is it?
Shit.
No. But even my kids are going, what a fail.
Dude, right? I must be relaxed or something, because... Wow.
I haven't even thought about doing that, little less done it.
Right?
I don't mean underwear. I mean, like, basketball shorts.
I've
Yeah.
not done underwear either. I don't know what you're talking about.
Something without pockets on it so you can't tell which way or a drawstring or anything?
Well, no.
Yeah, I don't buy those kind of shorts. You'd have to ask my kid, because he wears those basketball shorts where you sometimes can't tell which end's what.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Well, it doesn't help they're reversible, too, so I'm like, okay, well, wait a minute.
Oh, well, you see here, he's got reversible.
Sure he does.
Yeah, right.
Rebel?
Okay, Rebel, you might get a buy then, Rebel, if you're all confused.
Rebel, if you can get them on upside down, I'm going to run screaming.
Right.
Rebel, we'll just call it a mulligan and let you go.
All right.
Yeah, reversible basketball, yeah, you're on your own.
Yeah, don't wear that kind of crap. So don't like nylon. Not a big nylon fan against my skin. Only
Yeah, well, I'm in
fiber as much as possible.
I'm in paint clothing, so
I'm just saying.
Too hot for overalls. You know what I'm saying?
No, never too hot for overalls, dude. Never too hot for overalls. No, you people don't understand. When you wear overalls, you ain't got to wear nothing else.
It's just got to be the creepy cat.
Just saying. Overalls are the shit. And they're going to come back into style one day, and I'll be fashionable again. And overall shorts, oh, they're the bomb.
I don't like free balling it, not in something like that. The seam just tear me up in the humidity.
No, you just got to leave it. See, you just got to get a couple sizes big, right?
Sorry, I even took the turn. I should have kept it to myself.
Well, I'm just saying, you got to keep it a size or too big so everything hangs there loosely, you know?
I'm sure everybody in the chat learned something from that.
So hang on loosely, but don't let go.
That brings a whole new meaning to that song now.
If you cling to it tightly, Red's gonna lose his balls.
All right, let me shout out the room and we can get back to some serious shit, hopefully.
Gravity's a bitch.
Sorry.
All right.
Gun up.
TMI.
I crashed this motherfucker.
I crashed it over a pair of backwards shorts. You just
Here we're talking about the collapse of civilization. Rep's talking about shorts.
right. Breaks it up. And
Hey.
how easy was he able to get us? You know, just boom right off the side.
What? You know, I'm
Squirrel.
not the only one. Somebody help me, help me.
All right, let me do a quick shout out. All right, Croatian Forge is out there. Silver Velocity's out there. Mindy Patriot Angel, how you doing, Mindy?
Sorry, Mindy, for
Kenny and Linda. 69 Bones. The 10-round Patriot. DJ Moore. Yes, okay, cool. Thanks. I'm glad I actually read DJ's because he's telling me every location is deep. It would be asking too much of anybody to find out how many per acre, whatever, with the cow thing. But thanks for letting me know, DJ. The Noble Outlaws out there. Riddle Girl's out there. Thanks Man's out there. HD was out there. Kansas is out there. Chad Lilly's out there. Kat Tomlin's out there. Mr. Tommy Boy 9's out there. Stolo Nation Warriors out there. Hey, Stolo. Glad you could come back. Nice to see you. Mike Neiswender. You know, one of these days you can tell me how to say that. Because I noticed Riddle Girl said it a different way. Spinning into the winds out there. Poison was out there, I guess. Kansas is out there trolling, I see. Black Wolf 357 Magnum, Camper Keith, Optimus Android, and the third option, and Muir Vera. So that covers me all the way to what I can see for now.
All right, hold on. Here comes a message from our lady dragon.
Hey, this is Riddle Girl, Noble Outlaw. I just wanted to take a moment to talk to you.
Backing up.
Nobody can tell what our heritage is by the color of our skin. As I was explaining to you in the chat, most Americans are of mixed heritage, mine including. My mother is Lebanese. My great-grandparents on my grandmother's side were former slaves. Everybody has a colorful heritage, and you're either American or you're not. So part of our transcendence on coming back together is to stop letting these wedges be driven between us.
You're not black, you're not white, you're not Mexican, you're American.
Yep. And so, you know, when change happens, it has to start with you first, okay? So start out by letting go of all that stuff that's been holding you back and judge people individually by how they treat you and what they do and what they say. If what they do is what they say, then you're good. If not, then go ahead and treat them like crap because they deserve it.
Judge a man on the content of his character and not the color of his skin.
So anyway, yeah, that's
Quoting
all.
the Martin Luther King, by the way.
Right.
Your was? Thank you, Little Girl. And I'm sorry, did I talk over you? Did I shut you down?
No, you're good.
Shut me up. Okay. Well, remember, I did a video about that on my own channel in one of my rants. Shit, now a year at least ago. Because we really need to stop with this, and I do it too. You know, I'm as guilty as anybody calling myself an Irish American or talking about my Irishness a lot when I was born and raised here in the United States of America. You know, and yeah, so thanks for covering that, by the way, Riddle Girl. And hopefully that answers you. What was the guy's name? Now I'm looking.
I don't know. Who was
It
it?
was a noble outlaw.
Noble Outlaw?
Noble outlaw. Oh, okay. Pale faces don't change. Still filled with hate and evil. Oh, okay. All right. Let's see. Wow. Vile rhetoric from Caucasians. Eventually, it gets to you, and you go in defensive mode. It's hard to ignore. Yeah. You know, everybody has their own opinion, and if that's yours, welcome to it, noble war outlaw. So I happen to disagree. I think all people are evil. Every single one of them. I think the Indians treated each other not as well as everybody thinks. Right? Now, did the white man treat them worse? Yes, we did.
We all have a little evil inside of us.
Yep. But don't think they weren't, treating each other badly beforehand when it was when just the natives were here dealing with their own nations. So it wasn't all, happy, joy, and light when you guys met each other. So humans are humans, right? Anyway, I mean, I don't know what to tell people. I think here in America, I think there is going to be, there's reckonings going on all over the world, right? So what makes America think it's immune to the kind of turmoil that's going on all across the globe, where there's tyranny in these places, right?
Yeah.
And we stop hearing about it, right? We stopped hearing about Thailand. When's the last time you heard anything about Thailand? When's the last time you heard anything about Venezuela? When is the last time you heard anything about Brazil, right? Which never stopped, and you didn't even hear about it during the World Cup, right? Is that thing still going on? When's the last time you heard about Turkey, right? When's the last time you heard about China? You know what I'm saying? And there's hotspots all over the world that Egypt isn't gone quiet, I mean, yet we're not getting that information anymore because they don't want to rile up the masses everywhere else.
Well, yeah. Well, the fact of the matter is, there's people being oppressed by their own relative governments all over the world. I mean, that freaks me out, but it's the truth. Everywhere you go, there's something going on. We're in interesting times right now, I think.
Yep.
I think we're starting to get to a point of realizing our humanity.
Hopefully we'll come to the point to where humanity as a whole overthrows all these oppressive regimes from the top to the bottom, every single one of them. But I can only worry about the one that I live in. I can't worry about what's going on in Africa. I can't worry about what's going on in Chad or in South America or in Central America or anywhere. What's going on in India right now or Pakistan. I can't, I need to take care of what's here at home.
Yeah, how can we avoid, these international wars and stuff? If how can we avoid that? I lost my train of thought. Everybody's like, wants an end to war. I agree. I want an end to war too. But that means we're going to have to start minding our own business and taking care of our own problems and let everybody else do the same for themselves. And
America in distress.
We got to deal with our own first, and if we're going to stop warring, then we need to just turn the focus on what
we've been warring since the beginning of man. It's never going to stop. As long as you have, two people who have two different opinions, there's going to be war. As long as you have corporations making profits from both sides.
Yeah.
There is no. Utopia is great. If you're listening to Todd Rundgren, but I don't know what.
I don't believe in utopia, Rebel. I'm just of the mind that there's going to be wars, but let at least if there's going to be a war, let it be because somebody walked into someone else's territory and started harming them.
Oh, I agree, and I wasn't trying to call you out on your thing there.
Someone else, we get involved in somebody else's mess, and we were just entangled in that shit, and it coats everybody in it. Everybody gets covered up in it.
Right.
Well, think about the Iraq thing for a minute.
We're not dealing with those. We're just going to run off to this other country and ignore our own problems. It's not helping anything.
Well, think about the Iraq thing. We brought that shit on ourselves, right? All this crap in Iraq, all the shit that's going on right now with the shit in Iraq, we brought all that shit on ourselves. Iraq had nothing to do with fucking 9/11. Okay?
Exactly.
And if you ain't figured that shit out by now, well, there's no help for you. You know?
Stinger.
No, Stinger's never said that, but I'm just saying there's plenty of people who have it.
I'm just making sure
You, fuck you, you ungrateful bastard.
He's gonna do opera all night when he has anything to say.
So Osama bin Laden, who was pointed out as the quote unquote leader of it all, well, he wasn't in Iraq, and we knew that. Everyone knew that.
Well, not only that, he was a Saudi Arabian, and if you take their word for what went on, right? The people that did this were from Saudi Arabia, and they were Wasabis, right? They were not Shiites, they were not Sunnis, they were Wasabis, right? And the main place where the Wasabis gather is in Saudi Arabia, right? So the real people that we should have been at war with was in Saudi Arabia, but now what's going to happen is, at least if you read what the Caliphate puts out, they're going to be at war with Saudi Arabia here pretty quick, because they believe that Mecca and Medina, right, are actually false idols that people need to not worship at, because Allah's not there. Right?
It's funny how so many people die over religion.
Well, you know what? Who knows what would have happened if we wouldn't have stuck our fucking nose in Iraq, right? All because they wanted to go off they didn't want to pay petrodollars anymore. They didn't want to deal in the petrodollar. They wanted their oil. They wanted getting gold for their oil. So we had to assassinate the motherfuckers, just like we did Libya. You know, whoever we used to pull the trigger. You know,
that's what happens when you're,
Next thing you know, you got these jihadists. Damn you Americans for messing in our business. We fucking hate you, and we're going to kill you.
Yeah, but they're only killing people over there. They're not killing people over here.
They were till we stuck our nose in it. To centralize the region and plant some opium in Afghanistan for the drug trade. Open up channels to put new pipelines through different countries, for British and American interest. It all boils down to two things: the bankers and the damn transnational corporations. They're pretty much running us, running everything, pretty much. And
people are pushing back against them while paying them to continue to run by using all their shit, loving the iPhone. And it's funny because it's this weird sick symbiosis. You know what I'm saying? Because look at what we're doing. Look what we talk about on here, right? And we're using fucking computers and phones that the major multinational corporations designed, owned, and own patents on and make money off of, right? Every one of us are paying for an internet connection that some multinationals making fucking dough off of to talk shit about multinationals.
And moreover,
they shouldn't give us the tools then.
You broke up, Red. What was that?
I was just saying, yeah, and moreover, to keep track of what we're saying, and data mine and everything goes on.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just a crazy whole. Well, anyway. But yeah, and then they're pushing, right? We're sending riot cops, and they're sending it talking about people who are anti-immigration, yet the people that act out are the ones that are pro-immigration, right? And so they're actually sending it for the pro-immigration stuff, but they're talking about the anti-immigration.
Nobody has love for their country anymore. That's the problem.
Mm-hmm. Well, and that's because they constantly associate government with the country,
Well, I mean, look at Afghanistan and Iraq and these places, right? They have love of country. They get invaded by a foreign force or foreign people. What do? They take up arms and they go after them, regardless of how big, the David and Goliath scenario is. They go after them. But we're just, holding signs saying, "Hey, this isn't right. Don't do this,"
Because people people still believe that shit. They believe that they can go out on the street and say something about it, or we can talk on here, that it really matters, right? They don't give a fuck what you say. They tell you the truth of what they're doing if you listen correctly. You know,
Yeah,
they,
absolutely.
they totally telegraph the evil shit they're about to do. They let you know.
Yep, they have to. That's part of their mantra. They got to be forthcoming about how they're going to do you.
And they make you think it's in your best interest at heart that they're fucking you.
Well, people, the
You know,
fluoride heads is what they are, man. But he's on the
well, it's like Uncle Sugar's like that, like a protection racket in fucking prison, right? Some young person comes into prison and they get bent over and told, listen, I'm going to fuck you so nobody else does.
Great analogy.
Yeah,
Well, he's talking from experience right there.
I'm just
No,
going
no experience, but know enough, have heard the stories enough. So, and it's the easiest, most brutal analogy I could drag up.
Well, I'll tell
Fuck,
you
I need
what.
to smoke more weed, god damn it.
We are the best mob. The Corporation of the United States of America is the best gangster mob there ever was. I mean, we are the most ruthless, and we don't care about nothing but the bottom line.
Yeah, that's true right there, man. You know what? The one thing that unites fucking the United States is money and the love of it. Everything in our value system is judged by money and celebrity these days. And with celebrity comes money. So that's why people strive for it so much.
And,
I want fame.
And money equals control, or, power. Control is power. Power is control. And at the end of the day...
Damn, too much 1984 speak in this room tonight.
I know, right? But, it's all true, man.
It just kills me, though, that the hipsters that have such a huge blind spot for Apple and all their peace, love, and save the planet.
Oh, boy.
Well, it's funny.
Yeah, they're against all sorts of big corporations, except for the one, that provides me entertainment.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, except for the thing that connects me to the world, Other than, I hate them, but anyway, somebody had shared something in Facebook today. States look to seize gun laws after mass killings, and because there's a few states that have laws to where the states say they can grab guns. Anyway, I had tried to let people understand that, I used the analogy from, the theme about what the hell is that dude's name? November, the 5th of November, the gunpowder, treason, and plot. What's that guy's name? Guy Fawkes. Anyway, and they didn't get it because the 5th of November is the day after Election Day this year.
Yeah.
Interestingly enough. Right?
It'd be the 3rd of November to raise some hell.
No, because you already know we don't know what's going to happen on the 4th of November, right? We really don't, because normally at this time in an election cycle, or the way American cyclical politics work, it's about time for the Republicans to take over, right, and get their their turn at bat, right? Their corporate masters switch them out every once in a while so nobody gets too damn greedy, right? So, and that's usually the way you very rarely see a Republican 8-year president then have a 4-year Republican president again thereafter. It was a little freaky with Bush 1, but that was not the norm. You know what I mean? Usually after 8 years of any one side, people are sick of it. And that's what I think we're looking to, even though everybody's pushing, Hillary's going to win, Hillary's going to win, Hillary's going to win. I don't think she has a chance in hell the later it gets and they keep sticking their dick in shit.
Well, I hope you're right. That's all I can say. I don't think you are, but I hope you are.
I'm almost starting to believe those rumors that say there won't be another election. I mean, I don't know. I think that it's so bad. This situation is so bad that maybe this is it. They were right all along, and there won't be another election.
Yeah.
Either way, from what I can see, we're right on the edge of a disaster. It could collapse. And, our dollars are fixing. We got to everybody abandoning the dollar all of a sudden. We're fixing to see a period of hyperinflation. That's undeniable. The dollar very well could completely collapse. Just when it's going to happen, of course, the Federal Reserve's up there playing their little games, with our money as they've been allowed to for over 100 years, to float us along. We're like a really, really bad payday loan, cash payday loan. They're just really just juicing us for all they can get.
Shouldn't laugh at that.
I don't think we're making it to 2016. I'll tell you that. I just think, what? It's weird too, because for some reason to me the stars are aligning in a way, right? Right now, food prices are getting out of hand. Gas prices just went down around me, but the food prices are getting out of hand, right? Yeah, guns and ammo are getting cheaper.
Perfect storm.
Meat prices are going way up. I mean, look how much money I put into that jerky, and then
Oh my fucking God! All right, you know what? I will make a fucking video.
Wow.
God damn.
I'm just saying, meat prices are expensive. We're talking about all this shit going up.
Rebel, will you please upload that fucking video so he can only pick on me from now on?
Right.
I can't even comment on the prices of meat going up anymore.
Oh, you're full of shit and you know it.
$8 a pound bacon, but for some reason I could
Wasn't very subtle.
$3 a pound. I don't know what the hell's up with that.
What was that about bacon? We were still picking on Stinger.
Well, they reduced the size of the packs. It's probably about $8 a pound if you bought a pound of it in most places. Yet pork chops seem to be hovering around $3 a pound. Go figure.
Well, there's less bacon on a pig than pork chop. But on top of that, yeah, but they do that with a lot of things where they're making you think you're paying the same price, but they're actually reducing the size of the amount of goods you get for your money.
Yeah, the thing about it is, like, the price of chicken and pork has stayed about the same, except for breast meat.
Not around here, man.
I mean,
you don't expect those pork prices to stay that way, especially with the fact that they're going to be slaughtering about 1 million of them here in a month or two.
Oh yeah, and it's the holiday season, and they do so.
No, there's this supposed disease that's running rampant through our pork population. That it's funny though, it's running rampant in the places where that China bought. Just saying.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, if you only knew how they raise tilapia, it would just gross you out to death. They literally feed their tilapia chicken shit straight out of the bird's butt. They put chicken cages above the tilapia pens. You don't want Chinese tilapia. And if it's all you've got, cook the hell out of it.
Well, I do that with everything. I don't trust anything. Oh, somebody's selling off all their hard-to-find AK-47 mags. Damn. Ooh, he's got some nice ones, too. Sorry, squirrel.
What gets me, though, is like we do have a lot of chicken and hog farms around here, but it does seem like that the price of beef and bacon and things like that has went up substantially more than other things. And it just depends upon the item.
Speaking of mags, I'm going to be getting rid of 5 of them slab side Tapcos. Sorry, Dystopian, didn't mean to interrupt.
Oh, that's all right. I'm ready for a subject change if that's what y'all want to do.
No, I just thought I'd add to that conversation since I had something.
Stinger's
Right.
PSA.
That's his. He's got to do an ad every once in a while.
Yeah.
He's sponsoring us.
This
Sponsored
is
by-
brought to you by.
What's your eBay account so they can know where to find stuff?
Hold on.
And Reb, what's yours so you can give out the next commercial break?
This is not the place for that.
Yeah, check out Riddle Trucker Girl. That's the eBay account apparently.
Riddle Trucker Girl. Go check it out. Shit for sale.
Oh, she's been pimping out on the chat. So.
Oh, good. And do they get any discount for being a Green Dragon person, or are they just?
I don't even know how to. Yeah, I don't even know how to work that actually. If I could, and if I figure it out, yeah.
Well, then there we go. We'll keep you posted on that. See, shit, and don't expect me to do anything because I've been talking about the damn PayPal thing for months now, and I still ain't fucking done it. So, talk to Sting. That's all I gotta tell you. Sponsored by Trucker Riddle Girl. Riddle. What was it again, Sting?
Riddle Trucker Girl.
Riddle Trucker Girl. Anyway, back to the fun shit. So, what do you think? I was hoping the 10-round Patriot would come in. I sent him a link on G+. If anybody else knows how to send one, that'd be great, because he was talking about maybe heading back down there.
Is he out there in the chat?
He was.
I'll text him right now.
But I had sent him a link to come in from the beginning. Yeah, because, I mean, fuck, he don't need a link either. He earned his keys.
But I don't know if he knows how to use it yet.
Right, now that may be, but I did send him a link.
Yeah, he's on. I'm sending it to you right now, Chris.
So, yeah. We're going to have to, the after chat, we'll have to teach you how to use your keys. Pretty easy. Maybe even HDP will stick around for the tutorial. So he can finally pick up his.
Reb said he's going to come over and do it for me. I was waiting for that.
Right. Is that a new hat there, buddy?
Right? Is that a Cryptech hat that HDP's wearing?
You talking to me?
Yeah, we're talking.
Oh, no, it's a regular.
It's the same hat I had at Bundy Ranch.
Oh, okay.
No, this ain't nothing new. This thing's about 5 years old.
Your camera's so bad, it looks like a totally different new hat.
Oh, whatever.
What's up, Chris?
What's up, guys?
Hey.
You got my link.
Yes, sir. As soon as you sent it, I immediately jumped in.
Right.
You not been SWAT teamed yet?
Welcome.
Now, I promise for the Green Dragon people, of course, you can go out to everybody that listens too. If you get you some jeweler's rouge and a Dremel, to hone out your rifle barrel, your chamber. You can even polish your sears and stuff with it. Polish your bolt and all the mating faces. Get everything up to a nice shine. And it makes a huge difference in reliability and also accuracy.
And Rebel Solutions, whose PayPal account, whose eBay account is what? He did a video on that actually for the AK when he polished everything up. So yeah, there's a good video out there from Reb about that.
Yeah, I've been doing it for years. Especially with a brand new gun or a fresh build that's really tight, and you want to open up the tolerances just a little bit. You just get all those mil marks and stuff off, and oh baby,
Just a wee bit, laddie.
I like to get my barrels shiny inside.
I like the dirty one. The dirtier, the better.
So once you get all the mil marks off, not much dirt will stick in there.
Yeah, you're right about that. I'm with you on that. Do it one time, take your time, and you'll never have to worry about it again.
Yeah, because there's nothing there. If you take care of those, there's no place for the dirt to congeal or whatever.
Yep. If you're using good cartridges with good powder, it'll burn most of the copper right out of it.
I'll be right back.
Especially the mill surplus, it'll literally burn the copper out as it lays it.
All right. So, Chris, are you going back out, man? Because I guess they got Riot police going out there now.
Planning on it. I've read that on there, and I'm planning on going out. In the thoughts of knowing I was going back out, I went ahead and purchased myself a tripod.
Right on.
So
Sweet. So you can bring your camera and your phone, so we can do a live one as you film. That'd be awesome.
Yep, that's the plan. So I'm going to do a live one, and as well as try to get some filming in for myself, because I can zoom in so much better with the high definition camera than my phone.
It's time to shave. Get your gas mask out, so you don't succumb to their tactics.
Yeah.
Oh, speaking of a gas mask, I have a great one. It's from the Czech Republic. Only asking $16 for it.
Holy fuck! I really better get it cut.
I doubt
Does
it.
that have a NATO adapter to it?
I mean, I didn't let people sell coke in my fucking bar without a 10% cut. So,
Yeah, you know what? I want to take a free cut since you got a lot of cuts yourself.
anyway, hey Chris, you can also get like some kind of antacid, right? And mix it up in a spray bottle in case they use pepper spray, not just tear gas. You know what I'm saying? Gas mask is great. That covers most of it. Which Stinger's selling for a good price, I guess.
I don't even own a damn gas mask.
Maybe you should talk to Stinger. Buy his.
What I seen them using in Egypt was milk.
Yeah, well, like milk and magnesium is a great thing to use. You know, you mix it into a spray bottle and you spray it, right? And yeah, just plain milk for like plain milk works decent for the regular pepper spray stuff because it really is just like eating a pepper. Look, we keep Tony to listen to this shit too.
You know that, Neil? They were actually using that band CS on them. There was a big uproar about that this American company was making or British company. I think maybe it had been both. They were getting this CS gas that supposedly it was either limited or it was banned altogether, and they were going to have huge stocks of it. That was particularly chemical. Rather than a biological gas agent.
Give me a second. Someone's ringing the doorbell.
Uh-oh.
Grab your gas mask,
yeah. But the one thing I'm more worried about is all this new technology they've come up with, these sound cannons, these puke cannons they've come up with, and, shit like that, the ones that make your skin feel like it's burning, these microwaves they cook you with. I've been hearing about them using. That's the shit that worries me. How do you fight against that?
You don't?
Well, that's bullshit. There's got to be a way. Maybe tinfoil bodysuits, but there's got to be a way.
You EMP the vehicle it's on, so it doesn't have a power source.
There you go. You do know that there's plans for EMP grenades all over the internet. Now I don't know if they work or not, and it's actually illegal to build them, but which is my way of saying I am not telling anybody to build one.
Link.
Don't get me started, fucker.
Put some Reynolds wrap on a piece of cardboard. You use it for a shield and just drag it across the ground to ground it out. You can walk up behind that and walk right up.
That would work.
Radio frequencies, if you duct them to ground behind a piece of metal, it's not going to reach unless they've got something powerful enough to set it on fire. It might have a booster on it and then just hit the button and your shit catch fire and that'll send you off running like crazy. But if they were to get caught doing something like that you would whine and nobody would care.
Right. But that's not a bad idea. Copper wire down to the ground, an extra little plate over your chest plate or whatever, that also covers your stomach. If tinfoil and stinking cardboard worked, ground it out to the ground. Sounds like it should, actually.
Maybe one of those aluminized fire suits.
Yeah, but I think they're going to,
microwave, it bounces off of it.
Well, that's what I meant by a tinfoil suit. Sorry, what were you going to say?
Absolutely. We got to be able to know how to do this stuff, what somebody's got in their kitchen. They got a roll of duct tape and they got a roll of Reynolds wrap. They can make themselves a microwave-resistant suit in a matter of seconds.
You know, from what I've seen, guys, I mean, you guys seen it too. It didn't look like anyone was hostile enough to bring riot gear.
Well, it turned a little bad after you left, I guess.
Yeah, I seen the videos, and I wish I would have stayed. Damn it, that'd have been some great video.
On the other side over there, the Raza folks.
Burning the flags and shit. That'd have been nice to stay for that.
Yeah, I don't know what I would have done if I'd have seen it. I'll be honest about that shit. So I wouldn't expect you to be calm, cool, and collected and on a chat.
I wouldn't have. It would have. That would have been something. That's one of those things for me. You know, my grandpa was in the military. My little brother was in the military. That pisses me off.
Yeah, it should piss off most Americans. We were talking about that a little earlier. You know, we all should consider ourselves just American, not whatever kind of an American.
Oh, you guys know how I feel on that. I consider myself American before anything else.
Yeah, and you have native blood in you too. Riddle Girl was in a conversation with somebody in the chat room about it. So, I don't know if you were following. My kids. I'll be right back.
We discussed that last night, Neil. You know, I don't hold on to the past of something that never happened to me. Didn't happen to me. So why hold on to it?
I got some native blood on some of my stuff.
Yeah, I bet it's all
Residue. That's what we call that. You need to go shower.
That's too funny, brother. Too funny.
Some residue left from the river. Sorry,
Tony up. Classing it up. Classing it up.
Yeah, I'm hoping when I go back, my business partner actually does come with me. It'll make it a little easier.
It's always good when your partner comes with you.
Okay.
So did that actually happen, Tasting, or what?
Oh man, sideways and then back.
We left the rails a long time ago.
Sorry, I'm in a mood today. I'll shut up.
Why? That was a good one.
Yeah.
It was, right?
He's waiting for that. It was okay after all.
Anyway, but yeah, man. I mean, I hope you. Now every time I say his business partner, all I can fucker. I hope you do have a road dog with you, so that way they can cover your back.
He's supposed to be my road dog, but every damn time.
Watch my 6, baby. Watch my 6.
Every time something happens, that motherfucker disappears real quick.
Oh, that ain't no road dog, dude.
And
No, he's supposed to have your back.
You know what it is? He has a son. You know, he's got a 3 or 4 year old son. And I think that he's right now just wanting to enjoy life with his son more than he does anything else.
There's a lot of excuses why not to be a road dog.
I have no kids, you know, so I go out there and I think about myself and that's it.
Yeah, okay, and I understand that, and you're not in the, you know, I understand that. But when I use the word road dog, that means I don't give a fuck what you got going on. I need you now. I'm telling you I'm going to beat somebody. You're either there to, you know, help me bury the body, or you're grabbing a bat and going to beat somebody with me. You know what I mean? That's road dog.
That's the kind of road dog I need.
Yeah, it's not you question, oh, I got kids, I got family, I'm my, you know, American Idol's on. No, it's like, where's my boots? And the wife might be crying on the way out the door, which is the same thing. It's like being a Minuteman, but just for a friend instead of a nation, instead of for, you know, a militia or something.
Can't we wait until the commercial break up, Honey Boo Boo?
When you got, when you have a real road dog, you know, it really is, you're on 24-hour call for this other human being because of the experiences you've had. You know, if they call you, that means they're in deep shit and they need your help now. They don't mean they need your help a week from now.
You know, Rebel, I'd love to get him on here so you can explain just.
I'm not Rebel.
I mean, sorry about that. I'd like you to get him on here just so he can explain that exact thing to him, because I tell him shit all the time, like, bro, how do I know you're gonna have my back if something ever happens? And he's like,
it's okay. Chris has a Rebel fascination. He calls me Rebel too. He never calls me Mule. He always calls me Rebel. So.
You know, I'm contractually obligated to always.
What did Rebel send you?
Yeah, baby.
That's a good one. Pulled it right out your ass.
Yeah.
That was a good one, Prospect.
Yeah.
Good one.
Yeah. There you go.
Wait, how is he still a prospect?
No,
Well, I'll tell you what, he's calling himself Prospect and he's acting like Rebel, so I'm waiting for him to fucking clean his bike.
I love it, dude. That was awesome. Awesome. New blood keeps the fire alive in the dragon.
Yep. Keep the fire alive.
I'm ready to retire.
Keep you on your toes.
I found my
He's probably the youngest member now, right?
Oh yeah, I am.
Yeah, I found my replacement.
Now that Warrior left.
Yeah, you're younger than me, Chris, right?
Yeah, bro, I'm only 28.
What were you saying, Reb?
I said I found my replacement. Now I can move on.
Yeah, you gotta, Prospect, bro. You gotta wait till he patches up.
I know, right?
Remember, if you're his sponsor, you gotta center punch him, baby. So.
No, actually, I think
that was Sting.
I think Sting's his sponsor.
Yep.
Yeah, but the way he keeps blowing, no. The way he keeps blowing you gotta be his boss, or else something's really fucking wrong.
I help him name his channel. I help him with editing and all this fucking shit, and he still calls my ass Rebel. So fuck
that
it.
was
take that as a compliment.
No better. That was one time.
No, that was at least one time. There was quite a few of them that I just like, well, whatever. I'm not even gonna quite,
Sorry about that. I try to correct myself.
I've been called
I
worse.
just call everybody. You know how you fix that, Chris? Just call everybody asshole. Then that way, it fits for everybody.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the easy fix.
Yeah.
But I would definitely say a real road dog is somebody that's already out of the car with the tire tool while you're trying to get your seat unbuckled.
I mean, I've known the guy for 20 plus years. So, he's the closest thing I guess I have to a road dog. We started a damn business together.
Yeah, especially since you were 8 years old, apparently, when you met him. So, I mean, you can't go much younger.
I've known the guy for a long time.
Most of America, which used to have those kind of connections with other people, don't anymore, right? You used to have a group of people that you had that were road dogs that will follow you cradle to grave if they need to, taking you in for all your foibles, all the fuck ups, your personality fucking disorders and whatever, right? But you really don't get that much anymore. And you have it for a long time when they started breaking up neighborhoods and everybody started shifting away from core tribal communities. You know what I mean? That's what that is. It's part of being a tribe, right? I mean, I wish Linda was in here. She could explain it even better, or DJ, But that's really what that all is road dog that means they're part of your tribe. They're like family. You ride or die together. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah. No, I know that, and he knows that I'm his boy because I tattooed his damn initials and his birth date on my arm.
Oh, damn, dude.
Wow. Oh, wow. That just, you were getting away from the whole my partner thing until right there.
Yeah.
Now we're right back to where Sting brought you.
Yeah.
There's 7 other guys there. There's 7 other guys there, so he's not the only one. I have my 4 brothers as well.
Brothers are okay. Actual family is cool.
Well, no, there's other people who can become family. I understand that. I don't think I'd ever tattoo their shit on my fucking body.
Hey, that's got to be the next bet. Whichever one of you loses has to tattoo Poison Stinger.
Then fuck you, I'm never betting you again.
Never happened.
That shit from ever happening again for anything.
Yeah, there's no reason to put anybody else's name on your body except for maybe your mom and your kids.
Hell no. No mom, no kids. Just my boys.
Yeah, no. Well, and that's your life. Enjoy it. Not mine. No names. I have my name on my first tattoo at 12 was my name. So that way when I was drunk, I could remember it. And that's the last thing I got put on me.
Dude, he's got pictures of his, car on his body so he can remember where he parked it in a parking lot.
And I'm okay with that. But, I no names. No. Because, come on, every time you put a new one up, they'd have to get crossed off later or whatever. I've seen plenty of people with that shit. Oh, that's my ex-wife's name. Who's that? Oh, that's this chick I knew that we were drunk and I got her name put on me because I thought she had great tits.
Mm-hmm.
I don't even know who this broad is, So yeah. But hey, if they're ride or die kind of people with you, then that's awesome. But when you question it off of somebody, that's hard. That's hard, man. Because that's when I call, at least in my life, when I call you road dog, that's what I expect you to be. And the first time you fuck that up, it's done. You're not. I don't call you. You're not in that spot anymore. You've lost that kind of trust.
Like I said, Neil, he used to. I knew I could count on this guy just a few years ago for anything, but now that he's had a kid.
Yeah. Oh, I get it. Your shit changes. I understand.
The shit has definitely changed.
And yours will too. When and if you guys have children,
Mm-hmm.
Now the TSA is going to be checking cell phones.
We're already.
Who's that?
The TSA is going to be checking everybody's cell phones to make sure they have power, quote unquote.
Testing everybody's cell phone?
Yes, if your phone has power.
TSA.
Wait, well, it's time to start. See, this is going to suck.
You can pack enough explosives in a size of a cell phone to do that now.
Okay. Well, you guys just made me go about doing the way I used to do it.
Pulling the battery out and leaving it alone, huh?
Pull the battery out, yank the power, yank the SIM card, and let it all sit in the case until I need it.
Well, you're not getting on a flight anytime soon. That's what he's talking about, TSA, not NSA.
TSA? I thought he said NSA.
No, TSA. When you go through the airport, they want you to turn it on to make sure it's a phone and not a bomb.
Well, I've been meaning to do that anyway because that's the only way you keep them fuckers shut down. Is you have to strip them out. You have to make sure that it's that the emergency battery is discharged and pull a SIM card and then put it away from you.
On the iPhone, you can't do that though.
But Tony, do you have a 30 caliber or 50 caliber ammo box?
I did. I got rid of it. Need to get another one.
But you need to get at least 3 of them, right? Depending upon how many vehicles you have. Put 1 in each vehicle, and then leave at least 2 in your house. Right? So that way, every time you come home, you just throw it in the box, and it's basically you pull the rubber seal around it, or cover the rubber seal in tinfoil, and it becomes a little portable Faraday cage. But you're of the generation that's so hooked to the damn phone that I think that would drive you crazy.
I heard that when GM is doing these recalls, that they're actually putting tracking devices in these vehicles. But they're upgrading the tracking devices, rather. They already got black boxes.
Would it surprise anybody? But it's now I have a new tinfoil hat to make.
Yeah.
Glad I can't afford new vehicles.
Yeah, thank God I don't have a new vehicle.
Well, any vehicle made after 90s, something, or back in the early 90s.
You're still out of my price range. I buy in the 80s.
There you go. Anything made from not like 1990 on, just expect it's got a black box on it somewhere. It was all over the auto insurance thing when they mandated everybody have auto insurance.
Yeah, another law making you buy a product.
Where do you fucking go? Not everybody's dangerous. Go.
Yes, everybody's dangerous. What, are you kidding? Trust no man, except your road dogs.
Are you hungry?
I'm serious about that. That road dog thing kind of bugs me. I'll be honest there, Chris.
Dude, it bugs me too, Mill. You know, he told me, you know, we took deliberately, we were supposed to be hooking up the 4th of July, and he said, hey, I'm going to go with you. I'm going to be there 100%, and then we'll go to my house afterwards. Never showed up, so I didn't go to his house afterwards.
Right. Well, you know if he's your business partner, if he's your business partner, take care of what makes your paper first, right?
Yeah, of course, of course.
You know, but I'd get that shit straightened out pretty quick because, you know, no is an acceptable answer at times.
Yeah.
You know, but sometimes it's not because, you know, thank God you weren't near where anything went ugly, right? But what if you had been? That's what you bring. That's what you bring a road dog for. That's like when Tony went to. I was so glad when HD went down to Bundy Ranch with Tony, right? Because everybody Tony talked to in Vegas that said that they were his road dog was not going with him, right? Yeah, and Tony's a little bit of a hothead, and he knows it. You know, he can sometimes be swayed by other people.
We've got video proof too.
But you know, he was lucky enough to have a steady head with him. You know, to not let him overstep shit, right? And that's what a road dog's there for too. You know, it's not just to be there when you are in trouble; it's to be there to help you keep out of trouble. You know, and you're supposed to do it for each other.
No, I know that. And you know, I've questioned his what's the word I'm looking for? I don't even know. I've questioned on how true he is to if something were to happen, if he'd have my back, and he always, you know, it's easier to talk than it is to actually go out and do something.
Right, copy that, man. But also remember, like I said, like you said, you know, you understand that his perspective has changed, right?
Yeah,
Before his kid was born, he was road dog, right? Every fight, whenever he was right there with you.
Yep,
You know?
I've been in fights where that guy's had my back, and he's the last person I thought jump in, and yet he's some skinny little guy hitting on dudes, you know.
Mm-hmm.
But now that he has kids, he's calmed down quite a bit.
Well, you know, your priorities change, right? It's road dog. You know, to choose your road dog over your family and shit. You and your road dog had to have went through a lot of shit.
Yeah.
Right? So it had to be, you know, I have no choices because of my honor or whatever the hell you want to call it. You know what I mean?
This is a little more. This is a little more serious though. Just getting a scrap on a Friday night or something. This is more important. I mean, it's more. There's a lot more on the line, really. I mean, things could go really sideways, you know.
Yeah, we're talking about the future of his country for his children, as well as the future of my country for my children, and I don't even have children.
You don't know what you're getting into out there. I mean, you don't know what you're walking into. What's going to come around the corner? You know, is it going to be the SWAT van, or is it going to be La Raza showing up with 15 gang members? Or I mean, shoot.
Right.
There could be a lot of stuff that goes bad in a situation like that.
Where when you don't, you know, and that's the difference, and it changes you having kids, you know, because your responsibilities change, and that deep road. I mean, I have very few deep road dogs where they can still call me up and I'm out the door. You know what I mean? Because of the fact that I have a family, and it's been like that for 20 years. Once it started, the few road dogs that could call, we all grew up at the same. We were all got families and started responsibility at the same time, but we still have that ability to jump in when we need to, you know? So it's not easy, you know, especially when you have kids. It changes everything on that aspect. But, and you're right, though, this is not just about a scrap down at the bar, you know? This is now the country for those kids. So this fight is worth that, at least to me, this fight is worth that risk.
That's the reason why I took the 4th off to go protest.
Yeah.
Now that's my Independence Day was going out and caring for my country was my Independence Day.
I'll tell you what, the best part of my Independence Day was doing a chat with you and then starting up that one with Sting for a little bit. Because it bummed me out doing the fireworks with all the bullshit music and, oh, how free we are. Celebrate your freedom. You're so free. And it's like, really?
Yeah, go to the Freedom Rally. How free was the Freedom Rally where I was? I'm like, really?
But those were the best parts of my well, besides, hanging out with my family and cooking, you know. But listening to you two guys go down to different protests, Stinger's wasn't as good as yours, but he was still out there doing it,
I
and
was
even when
by
nobody was out
myself
there.
with my family. It was just me and my family, but fuck it,
Mm-hmm.
Sometimes that's what it's got to be.
And that's the truth.
Amen.
Anyway, what's up, G?
What's
Glad
up,
you
brother?
finally joined us.
Yeah, I had to take care of the wifey.
Hey, happy wife, happy life, right?
Yeah, buddy.
I'm going to shout out the room. We got like 40-something people watching now. So I'm going to refresh everything and shout everybody out. See what they have to say. Has Riddle Girl been keeping up, Sting?
Yeah, kinda, but she's been also busy in the kitchen.
Right. Uh-oh. See, now I could go there, but I won't. I'll leave it alone.
Hey, man, she makes a mean steak.
Is it a steak sandwich? Yeah. She's just trying to build up the protein, right?
That's right. I need my energy.
All right, I'm going to shout out the... I'm going to shout out the room. One Muncie, Delaware. Okay. Noble Outlaw is still out there and talking about us being hypocritical 60 million European immigrants to the Americas. Yeah, no doubt. True story. I always admit my hypocrisy. What third option is saying, are you road dogs or husband and wife? That was, I think, for you, Chris. What's up, NWI Prepper? How you doing? Galanas Vilkis. Kansas Hillbilly Prepper. Yes. Stinger is in the mood, Kansas. Kind of froggy, I think. Mr. Tommy Boy 9. Midwest Middle Class. What's up? How you doing, my friend? And there's no ones in Riddle Girl Trucker, by the way. Cool. Good to know in that link. Glocker Bob's out there. What's up, Glocker Bob? Uh-oh. He looked up that fish somebody mentioned. Now you just brought it off his table. Hi, Classy Revamp T. How you doing? Haven't seen you in a while. Hope you're doing good. Croatian Forge. How's it going? Let's see. Third Op does think there will be another election. I disagree, but that's cool. QC Hemp's out there. DJ's out there wondering where you got your water. Reb, do you run it through purifiers or whatever, or do you get it from the tap, or what do you do? Oh, hey, Bob, we always get an ass hat thumbing down the chat. It's okay. What's up, Tommy Stock 64? Spirit Seed, how you doing, Stu? Hey, what's up, Mr. Mama Mule? Love you, honey. I know you're probably on your way home now. As you see, it does take me a while to shout out the room sometimes, but I did shout you out, baby. So
Because you forgot last time.
I didn't see it last time, so. Well,
Yeah, she'll let you know when you didn't.
Oh, hell yeah. And sometimes she works in that middle chat that I have no clue about on the G+.
Yeah.
So I'm screwed every time she does. I told her she had to comment on the YouTube, or else I wouldn't be able to see it. Let's see. Down I go. Silver Velocity, how you doing? Kenny and Linda. What's up, Kenny and Linda? And I think I'm all caught up because I'm back down to DJ talking about how many cows per acre that it would be too hard to figure that out. Because it's too many variables. So I all caught up for as much as I can see. I'm not seeing anybody show up as spam, so that tells me, hey, Joel, are you out there? Are you okay? JQHL, Joel's Quantum Heart Logic. If you're not doing okay, let me know. And, hey, see you later, Midwest Middle Class. You're out. See you later, buddy. You have a good night, too. That was 11 seconds ago, so I'm thinking I'm all caught up. Oh, there's a small button cell battery soldered to the board for memory. Like a lot of other electronic, there's a backup battery in there you got to get rid of. Because it handles memory security and can have a wireless signal circuit. Damn.
Yeah, some of them have passive RFID chips in them too that can be used.
Yeah, see, I don't like motherfucker anyway, so stripping it out and throwing it away isn't a problem for me. I really don't. Now, hey, Reb.
Yo.
What is your, being this is a good time for it, what is your eBay account that you're selling stuff on?
No, not selling that on the eBay. eBay is not gun friendly. If anybody's interested in buying a mag, just PM me on the YouTube. I got a PayPal link right on my channel.
Cool. And you can also get them through Firearms, Liberty Firearms Social Club?
No, not really.
No? And what about your G Plus account? Do you pay attention to G Plus at all?
I do.
Okay, so you can get them there too.
Yeah, I'm going to be putting out a video of some previous work, some stuff that's currently ready to sell, and I'm an AK guy, so most of the shit's AK mags, so that doesn't leave the battle rifle guys out or the AR guys out. That's just custom stuff, so pretty much just, right around the same price, but you got to provide your own shit.
And if you need AK mags, I got a set of 5 of them for $50. $10 a mag.
And there you go. That takes care of our commercial portion of the Green Dragon, sponsored by Rebel Solutions and Poison Stinger. So check on their personal pages, sub them, and you can find out how to buy the products they're selling. Damn, this feels like old fucking radio and TV crap, right?
Yeah, right.
And don't forget, we're also sponsored by Camel 99 because I like the long smoke, just like Fred and Barney did.
When 100 is not enough, was just too much. Go with the 99.
Right on board, and I'm lighting it with my American flag Zippo lighter. Please don't forget, one of the greatest things you can add to your bug out and everything else, EDC, you name it, is a lighter by Zippo. Fire!
If anybody wants to help me get back out to the Bundy Ranch, I got a PayPal on my page too. So.
Oh yes, let's not. Well, and that's actually one. That's actually one of the serious ones. And so is Stinger and Rebel. But we would like to help get Tony back out to the Bundy Ranch to do a recap or to go out and see how everything's going and find out what's going on, because now this is the second time that Clark County sheriffs and Las Vegas Metro Sheriff, they're both the same, have said that come out after the fact and talked about the Bundy Ranch and how they need to be dealt with now that everything's calmed down. Right, the first time they were testing the waters with that piece they did about how the cops were scared, and now they got Gillespie just before he's going to be leaving office talking about how they need to go out and do something. And believe me, if with Gillespie leaving office, that puts him in a spot to where he can actually, they can either get him dirty or they can, the next sheriff is not going to be responsible for what Gillespie did. So they're going to try and do something before Gillespie leaves office.
Well, he kind of will be responsible because it's the current undersheriff, so he's not going to be clean and free.
Yeah, but
the undersheriff's going to be the man.
And yeah, I do think the current undersheriff his number 2 is going to be elected the sheriff.
Right.
So.
But the people of Vegas don't care because it's not on their back. I mean, they live in the city. They could care less about one rancher.
Right. And they're the ones that really pay the bills to that organization. And that's why, the fucking sheriffs never should have merged with Metro. But I guess that happened after I left the area. So
Yeah, I wanna get out to the border also, so we'll see what
Yeah,
happens.
there's not enough info coming out of the border. I mean, there's definitely a gap in information.
Yeah, we've been talking about that actually a little bit. You
I
know,
mean, I've
because
saw a
there
couple of
is.
videos of a guy that went down to right down to the river there. I saw one of those videos, and really, that's about it, other than what's been reported inland, in Phoenix and San Antonio. But actually, on the border, it's been really thin. And there was that radio interview from last Friday or last Thursday. That was really good. I keep reminding people to go listen to that. That's got a lot of good scoop and just good discussion.
Yeah, it does. And go look on High Desert Pioneers page. He's posted that link, I think, twice now.
Yeah, 3 or 4 times probably.
Yeah, probably.
I'll put it in the external there if I can pull it back up.
Who's the closest people to the border? That would be what, me and Sting?
You're closest to California. He's closest to the Arizona. Yeah.
I'm pretty close.
I don't know anybody. Bob's in Texas, but Bob lives too far away. I mean,
Well, shit, for me, it's like a 3 or 4 hour drive.
Yeah, I'm an hour and a half from the San Diego border, so.
And Bob's like 6. Didn't Bob say he was like 7 hours away from the Mexican border?
Yeah, I don't remember.
Yeah, it was something like that. And he's the only person I know of that I talk to that lives in Texas. That I know of lives in Texas, and I talk to. Yeah. So, but I've been, and it just, that's why I'm like, I've been dropping YouTube channels because they're not paying attention to what's going on in their own backyard. You know what I mean? And I do know of some people on YouTube who live down along the Texas border, and they're not saying shit. Now I wonder if they're afraid, but you don't know because they're not saying shit about it.
Well, a lot of times it's not that they agree with it. It's more of the fact that they are afraid of what their subscribers will think of them. They'll be considered a racist, and you're not for these refugees, and you don't like children.
I mean, it's the same arguments that liberal ass clown fucking talked to Chris about that the other day.
If you're gonna let ignorant people manipulate you and keep you from doing what's right, then I don't need your subscription anyways. Get the hell out.
So I guess that I have to go down there because they can't really call me a racist.
Well, you talk to that guy for a minute. What did you think he was? Did you think he knew you were Hispanic?
Oh, look at me, Neil. You can tell. I've got dark hair. I've got a nice tan. My eyes are.
I guess in California, everybody goes right there, right?
Yeah. So, no one ever called me a racist, yet I heard them calling other people racist.
That's why if you're going to say anything, you should put on shoe polish as blackface and then say it.
Who should do that?
I don't know, but somebody just farted.
No, I don't care about the fart. Who should put on blackface? I mean, that doesn't sound like a smart move on getting anything going other than a fight.
Will help. Yeah, right.
No, I just get frustrated sometimes. It was kind of a joke, and it was a bad one but after a while, like, I probably almost did that shit on the politically incorrect chat because I was so pissed off at the time that, it was just too much, man.
I understand that, but you know what? Here's the thing. If you are white, you're going to be called a racist no matter what the fuck you do.
Right, okay? That's what I meant.
It's just that simple, okay? No matter what, we're supposedly the privileged class. We're the ones that did it all, and yet we're not. Everybody's equal, even though supposedly we dominated the world, right? And anything it's okay for everybody else to be racist against us and each other, but the second we're racist against anybody else or we don't like another race, we are racists, right? You don't hear them ever talking about Chinese racists, and the Chinese can't stand anybody, right? Everybody's fucking different. Same with the Japanese.
Or the Japanese.
Goddamn gaijin,
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, and it goes down the list. You talk to anybody from any Middle Eastern country, any country, Even when you're the same goddamn religion, they can't stand each other. You know? So, but they always call us racists, right? Please, it's just the Caucasians are racist. First of all, my ancestors were Irish Germanics. We were not from the Caucasus, right? So let's at least get the goddamn, terminology right when everybody calls me a goddamn Caucasian. No, I'm not from the fucking Caucasus Mountains, okay?
I'm not Anglo-Saxon either.
Yeah, exactly. Nor am I Anglo-Saxon.
Don't call me a wasp either.
Yeah.
I hate that. I hate that with a passion. I haven't heard it in a long time, but they used to always get on my skin.
Yeah. You know what? It really pisses me off too. All that kind of crap. But they lump us in and it's all cool because our skin color's all the same. And it's not, right? I look different than Fabrizio. You get me and Fabrizio standing next to each other out in the sun, right? And it's a big difference.
Well, that goes back to a lot of things with it's okay it's not okay to be racist anymore, but it's okay to make fun of fat people, right? It's the same thing. It's still okay to be racist in this country. You just can't be white.
Yeah. Why you got to bring down the fat man?
Right? You can have an all-black college. You can have an all-black this. You can have an all-black that. You can't have an all-white nothing. Right? And I'm not saying we should, but I'm just saying there is racism. It's just, and it's okay.
White racism.
Well, most of the private schools thing are all white. You go to freaking St. Mary's or Yale, freaking, believe it or not, Georgetown. I know it not 100%. I'm just saying Georgetown.
So basically, it's politically correct forms of prejudice,
It's not them being racist. It's that the black family or whatever minority didn't study well enough. You got the same chance, and we see it even here on the
That's not fucking true. Now, don't go there. Everybody doesn't have the same chance in this country anymore.
No.
And that's not the subject I was trying to bring up, because we don't all have the same chance. And it's harder for a black to get ahead than a white. Okay, it's harder for a black to get ahead than a recent immigrant. Okay, I mean, there's definitely institutional racism in this country towards African Americans, but they're not going to be able to get past. They have to be the ones to get past it, to get the rest of everybody else past it. But yeah,
agree to disagree on that one until a later chat then.
Okay, that's fine. We'll be more than happy to have that chat. That's for sure. Because and I believe me, I grew up in the poor. I'm poor as fuck, and I always have had a neighbor just as poor as fuck of me with a different skin color. So, but I know just by virtue of my skin gives me different. Cops don't fuck with me half as much as they do them, right?
No doubt.
And that's just the fucking truth of the matter.
That's the difference between making it in this country or getting hassled by cops, though. That's a whole different topic.
But it's
all about the profile.
By the numbers, dude. It's if they didn't have to hire black people, they would hire like the cops back when I tried to join the NYPD, right? They had instituted the affirmative action crap, right? And they were hiring all kinds. I was cop material, right, for New York. I was corruptible. I was Irish, German, and over 6 foot. That's like that job was fucking made for me in New York, right? So and already had a sponsor if they were hiring at that time. Already had all kinds of crap going for me, right? Have family in it, but the affirmative action came in and they hired a bunch of people they never would. But that's the only reason why, because otherwise I was on the fast track to be a cop, which thank God that never happened. I would have been in prison faster than I ever would have been any other way.
Nah, Mill, you would have made it up to chief very easily.
Oh, fuck no. 3 of the dudes from my neighborhood ended up running some dope scams and ended up fucking up in Sing Sing. So, no. No. I would have been locked away in a secure wing where they put cops.
Usually the corrupt ones, like out here in Los Angeles, they make their way up to power.
Yeah, I didn't have that kind of a rabbi. I had the dumbass one that never lost the uniform.
Honestly, prejudice could be eliminated in a generation or two if people didn't keep stoking the fires.
That's how I feel. Let it go. It didn't happen to you. Let it go.
Well, not only that, and I can agree with that. And if we started judging everybody by rather than the color of their skin, but the content of their character, like Stinger quoted Martin Luther King, a little bit ago. That way is 100% right. But to say that there isn't still people in America that are kept on the lower rungs of society by virtue of their skin color, religion, or wherever
Just
they are.
look at the fucking prison population. Enough said.
Yeah.
Fuck. Beating a dead horse, you boring motherfuckers.
All right, well then pick a fucking topic, asshole, and let's
Fuck
go.
anything, dude. I don't want to talk about religion or racism.
Well, what do you want to talk about? You want to talk about the fact that Gillespie's going to come for you too because you were talking to him on the internet?
How about you want to talk
Better not be
about
coming
that?
up here. We just stuff your dead cold freaks above Pahrump. I'll tell you that much right now.
Right?
Tell Gillespie to bring it.
Yeah.
You can reach out for distance, right?
Well, we got a network.
Oh, hey, did that
There's
mag
no ways.
deal help
Yeah,
you?
well, anyway. Sheriff's
Did
up
that
here
mag-
wouldn't put up with that, I don't think.
Hey, HTP, did that mag deal help you? Were you looking for mags for it? Was that a good price, by the way, I meant to ask, too? That mag deal I sent you over on Facebook? HT, was that a good deal?
I didn't really check it out. I mean,
Oh,
I'm
okay.
good on magazines, really. I mean,
All right. I thought
I'm
maybe
looking
you
at
were
other
like
things.
He's not like us, Mule. He's not a hoarder.
Okay. Yeah. If anybody wants, I am.
I have a limit in my plan. I don't just continue to accumulate. I think I did a video on that like 2 years ago.
He invests in silver, not steel.
I understand. But, I mean, I'm at where I feel I'm a safe place with 2 rifles in the same caliber with enough magazines. Safe.
Listen,
Happy
there's no such thing as too many mags.
Yeah.
I don't care who you are.
Yeah, because they're supposed to be disposable.
Well, not only that, but you may hook up with people that don't have enough, and if you're relying on them to watch your back or whatnot,
Yeah, I do.
I mean,
That's
I
why
want to
I'm
have
gonna-
enough that if somebody's gonna watch my back, I can make sure that I think they have enough.
Right. Yeah, to me, there's never enough. Plus, I'm just a hoarder of mags. I admit it. I want as many mags for each of my firearms as possible. So.
Well, mags is always a good investment anyway, I think.
So do I, and filling them up is even better. So.
Yeah.
And now's a great time to buy for everybody who's not doing another commercial, but just putting it out there. And you've been hearing it on a lot of the top. You've been hearing it from us for a while, right? Because we've been watching the prices go down on firearms and ammo in a slow but steady pace, right? Right now, you can pick up AKs for under $500. I've seen them as low as $425 out there.
Right? A medium pace.
So, and the same with ammo. Ammo's running about, it's between $2 and $250, and if you look at the right time, if you catch the right deal, you can catch it for under. Even fucking parts. I mean, over the holiday weekend, I'm watching new parts going for 25% off on shit. Kicking myself in the ass for being broke.
I want some 22 long rifle.
And
yeah, that's what I need.
I'm even hearing I'm hearing little rumors of it coming back. I'm seeing videos of people with good 22 scores, Winchester, Remington, even CCI Stingers and shit. So now's the time to stock up, because when food prices are higher than bullet prices, well, that tells me keep eating and stock up on bullets.
I like that.
What?
What you said. When food's more expensive than bullets, and it's time.
Yeah, I mean, serious, and it's just the luck of whatever, I actually think the administration is waiting until November 5th, right, until Guy Fawkes Day, to start pulling any shit or start implementing any shit to pull, and that's just my personal opinion.
Well,
me reading the tea leaves, whatever.
This border thing is not a refugee crisis situation. This is a planned
invasion.
Stress the system collapse, and the more people here when the collapse happens, the more dangerous it'll be for everyone.
Yeah, because I mean we're already stretched to our limits. You know, I mean, there's
Well,
not much.
let me get
Go ahead.
this right. The veterans and you know are homeless and hungry, and people that lost their homes and are homeless, and homelessness is at an all-time high in history in America. But yet we're just opening up the borders with wide open arms. It's like, you know, it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure this out. This is planned, you know, to stress the system to the point where it falls with under its own weight.
No, Rebel, you're just a racist.
Yeah, that's what I was gonna say. Rebel, why do you hate the kids?
That's all they're gonna say. That's what you hear. It's exactly. Chris knows.
Why do you hate the kids?
I hate everyone equally.
They're refugees. We need to help them. They're fleeing their horrible countries that we keep dumping money into and sending your jobs to.
Good thing I'm not in charge, because I would treat it like real terrorism. I would treat anyone coming into the United States illegally as a terrorist and a possible bomber, and I would dispatch all of them, men, women, children, animals alike.
So we take Israel's stance?
Bodies would pile up to the point where no one would want to fucking try to come here the wrong way.
Right.
You know, the only way to fight. No, I've said it before. I'm not going to be redundant.
Finish your thought, bro.
No, it's ridiculous. It's fucking ridiculous. No sovereign country allows this type of shenanigans. But, you know, we're the white, old, racist, you know, I mean, it's just absurd. It's absurd. I feel sorry for you, because you know what? Everybody's in my crosshairs once the collapse happens. So the fact that you didn't do anything, you know, while you could, don't blame me for how it ends for you, because it doesn't end pretty for any of us.
And that's the reason why, Rebel, I felt it was so necessary to go and stand up.
Absolutely, bro. I mean, you saw it firsthand, and you gave us a glimpse in it, and that's all we're trying to do is spread some information and learn information, you know, to be informed. We all know the inevitable is coming, right? One more day, you know, in the pool with the kids is all we can ask for, but the writing is on the wall. We are not going to stop what is currently happening. It's going to happen, and it's going to be bad.
For my next set of interviews, I have this, so hopefully this will help up my audio quality, because I did do what Stinger asked me to do, and I went back and listened, and I found it was a little bit low, as well as a lot of wind. So I do have a Bluetooth that I did test the other day, and it works perfectly fine for it. You can hear it nice and clear.
Cool. But can you still hear what we're saying?
No, that's the problem. But you know what? I'll probably just keep it back and forth, and we can discuss that afterwards. You know, until I could afford something a little more professional.
Right.
Hey, Chris.
What's up, G?
Send me your text me your info, bro. I mean, I got all your info, but just text me your address. So I got some shit for you.
I'll be right back.
All right, G, I'll do that. We've got phone numbers exchanged, so I'll go ahead and do that.
Yeah, just text me your address. Because Shorty's off tomorrow, and I'm going to the bank and running my errands, and I'm hitting up the post office because I got to drop off some boxes for some people. So I can just make another box. Well, actually, this shit's bad. Yeah, I got you, bro. Just text me your shit.
Appreciate that, brother.
Yep, no big thing, bro. That's what we do.
Yeah, I really that me and Rebel pretty much see eye to eye on that, and that's the reason why I felt, because I didn't want people to go over there and say, "Oh, it's just nothing but racist." Come interview me, son of a bitch. You know, I don't have the same skin tone as everyone else, and I'll tell you the exact same thing everyone else is saying. You know, I look at it as this is our sovereign land, and come the right way. Don't come across, jumping the border, turning yourself in because you know you're going to get a free ride.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one thing I haven't heard. Who as a parent would allow their kids to be turned over to somebody and drove across Mexico, and maybe hopefully get across a border that's guarded or potentially guarded. You know, I would never let my kids go out something like that.
A desperate motherfucker.
You know, if I'm desperate, I'm gonna go with them. Or you never just send your kids out on their own. I don't know. I know some people did it in the past and other histories too, but even then, I don't understand.
Different times. I mean, what about kidnappings and the people that are abducting people and putting them into like sex trafficking and stuff? You know.
Yeah, and that's that interview on the radio that I posted in the link there. It talks about that. The guys in Texas, and they're seeing it. They're seeing the cartels pick up people, pick up kids,
Mexico,
and they know they're going into the sex trade. They're going to get put in the sex trade somehow.
I mean, do you remember
type of illicit?
Do you remember those two brothers that we interviewed? That's all they talked about was how that they're stealing these kids and having sex trades. And that's the reason why they want them to come down here, man. They can have more people who they're putting into that.
Right. Yeah.
You know, those guys talked about it for what, 15 minutes the time I was interviewing them. They had photos of the beds and stuff like that. I mean, it was disgusting.
I mean, the people that they're paying money to bring their kids up here. I mean, you can't trust those people with a 10-foot pole. You know, you're basing it totally on chance. Why would you not? If you're going to pay them money, take the time in yourself. I don't know. I just don't get it. Because it's not like a kid on a boat from Ireland to America, which happened a lot, or Germany to America, things like that. And the times are completely different now, and you're risking your kid's life more than once.
Well, you were risking it then too, though. You know what?
You were risking it in travel, but they weren't they weren't likely to be raped or likely to be.
Oh, come on now. I mean, don't think that kind of part has ever been different. You know, now the Irish tended to be more of a community base, so they would be fucked by their own people, just like the Italians and everybody else. But yeah. Well, no, and that's usually what happens, right? These Mexicans, whoever these people are coming across the border, are more than likely to be exploited by their own kind than they are by anybody else.
Dadgummit.
The point I was trying to make is that in Mexico, thanks to the cartels for the most part, that human trafficking, and kidnapping, and murder, that's one of the worst places on this continent for that. And they're driving them right through there? Come on.
Well, we should release all our prisoners.
It's not going to be, nobody's going to say anything about them being irresponsible for that,
We should go across in all the prisons and release everybody in prison and send them on buses to El Salvador and Mexico and everywhere these kids are coming from. So we'll trade you our prisoners for your children.
Which, in a way, that would only make things worse because most of them that are locked up are gangbangers anyway. So.
No,
yeah, but it'd be worse for them.
Most people that are locked up are victimless crimes. Majority of people in prison are in there for drug-related charges. Because if you're a real badass, a murderer, a rapist, a pedophile, a blue-collar criminal, you don't do any serious time. It's only the drug war. If you're caught up in the drug war, 3 strikes and shit like that, then you're going to do life. You're going to do the maximum amount allowed.
Yeah, I can see that. That makes sense. But then again, here we are housing we're housing the worst of some of the worst that have just been dumped on us across the border.
It's all propaganda, man. All the people we have at Gitmo, they're just like 7-Eleven clerks and shit. They're not even terrorists. They're just people that got caught up in the mix.
I'd be the last person that would be for Gitmo or any of the other secret dump spots the CIA has set up all over the fucking planet. I hate that shit.
Right.
Tell me what you think, see, when you get the text.
It goes to show you, if those are really bad men, there's no way they would have been freed and traded for, some deserter.
Really?
Well, they were bad. They were CIA operatives. That's what makes them bad.
Yeah, you're right.
Oh, you've been.
The people in the countries are happy to see them back. They're being sent back to. The people themselves said that they were, horrible, murderous bastards, and they were terrified that they were going to send them back.
Yeah, so they can undermine them like they do Iraq right now. That's what they're going to do. They're going to instate the caliphate.
Yeah, put the operatives back out into the,
Chris, I sent you a instant message, brother.
I got that. I'm looking at it right now.
All right.
We ain't done with you yet. You're going to do something first. Here's your stop end. There you go.
What I miss?
Now, from what I heard, the next shipment should be tomorrow, Monday. And has anyone heard whether or not the feds are coming tomorrow, or they're planning on coming on later?
Oh, I'm sure
they're coming when the next bus comes.
Yeah.
So tomorrow. Has anyone heard any time?
Yeah, but they said they were coming at 1 o'clock in the morning. So
they don't want to be embarrassed again.
Right. Exactly. They said they're coming at 1 o'clock.
Those people turning those buses around, that was an embarrassment for them. They're not going to allow that to happen again.
That's why it was instantly called racist and xenophobic and all the rest of it.
So next time you're going to have a much bigger crowd.
That's fine with me. There's more people to interview.
Hopefully.
Well, they're even calling the mayor of the town, Murrieta, racist and xenophobe and all the rest of it. Anti-humanitarian.
Well, the funny thing is the towns in the states, the governors and the mayors and these people, they don't want this influx because they realize that it's a detriment on their cities and towns.
On the whole social structure.
On the whole friggin' thing. They don't
that's
have
not
it.
been...
Go ahead.
I was saying that's not been reported at all. The impact this is going to have comes time school starts, that's when you're really going to see it. There's already states questioning it. States are like, hey, we got to get stuff ready. We need numbers. They're not telling the states anything. No. They're not telling the states how many kids they're sending. And it's not even to these detention centers. Once they process them and they give them out, they send them out wherever, to whatever state. There's no tracking. They get a notice to appear letter, and that's it. They get put in a home with a nearest relative, which, what's the odds that they're illegal and have missed on court appearances too, right? And then, or a foster home, and they're gone. They're in any state. It's not just these border states, it's everywhere. Massachusetts, Delaware, South Carolina, North Carolina,
Virginia,
all of them. Thousands of kids going to individual states that, with what, who knows what,
And not just even say traffickers or whatever, just who knows what fucking diseases are these kids carrying. They've already gotten swine flu across the border. They've already gotten kids that had cholera across the border. They're bringing diseases that we haven't had here in the States or had to fight here in the States in a long time.
Yeah, swine flu is a joke. When you talk about cholera and what was dengue fever? Dengue fever is when they're worried about. Those are the ones that, especially the summertime in the South. Yeah, good luck stopping that.
That they are not quarantining, that they are not properly medically testing them for disease. Quarantining them that are highly contagious and whatnot, and giving them all treatment.
Look at the reports. They're taking 72 hours to screen them at the Border Patrol station. You cannot screen anybody properly in 72 hours. It takes a TB test 3 to 4 days to pop.
Okay, so this goes back to what I was saying earlier about this is a planned collapse, but maybe it doesn't have just to be one faceted with the collapse on the system from all of it, but it could also be a pandemic that kicks up.
That's the thing. That's the thing right there. If you ignore everything else,
right?
One thing there could cause so much death and misery.
Now, I don't know if this is 100% sure, but I seen this on the news on the 4th when I came home that there's already been a Border Patrol officer who was caught, I believe it's scabies.
Yeah. I mean, it's a
And-
skin disease. I mean, it sucks.
Sure, though, it's still a very bad disease to get.
Oh yeah, get that loose in the school and see
Yeah.
if parents don't riot.
They got tuberculosis, MRSA. What were some of the other diseases that the Border Patrol agents were reporting contracting from these?
TB was the big one. They're worried about TB.
Yeah, tuberculosis will do some serious damage.
Yeah, supposedly there were strains of it coming through that were completely drug resistant. These people should be isolated from everyone else because that's a death sentence to anybody they infect with that.
Well, yeah.
Maybe that's the plan though. You know, all these zombie movies and all the outbreak movies, and you know,
there's always a plan.
I feel bad. I feel bad for all the children that are going to have to suffer because you're just being a racist. You know, kids are going to suffer because of these fucking know-it-all assholes that don't know nothing.
They've been suffering for it, They've been suffering it for years. This ain't nothing new, man. They've been fucking going at it. It ain't nothing new.
Fucking insane. They need to be fucking locked up somewhere.
Because they're all ignorant. They're all ignorant fucks. That's what it is. It's ignorance.
And what are they going to do? What are they going to
uneducated. They're uneducated,
What are they going to do? I guess I just blame
what they're going to do is, like my cousin said, they're all going to fucking, if they want to act like a fucking animal, they, lock themselves up, they want to be in a jungle, let them kill each other. Let them fucking all kill each other, just like all them fucking, no disrespect. I know people in the fucking projects. I used to coach football, little youth league back in the day, and I had a lot of fucking players that were in the fucking ghettos. I had to go pick them up. Because the mom and dads, they were too busy smoking that pipe. I would pay their admissions for the whole year. Their pads, their helmet, their gear, fucking, it was like $160 for the year. It's not cheap. And they don't care. They don't care. And that's what it is, man.
I mean, the liberals, the fucking, they don't even care about themselves. They don't care about their own. Otherwise, we'd be demanding that these people be.
All they care about is what they're going to inject in their bodies, bro. That's
but they ain't demanding that. They got their fucking head so far up something's ass. I just don't get it, man. It's insane. It's like,
That's what they know, Des. That's what they know because that's their life. That's their lifestyle.
They're thinking with their pity, and they ain't thinking with their head. I mean. What could you do if there was a baby dying in front of you with Ebola? What could you do for it?
Nothing.
Walk up and pick it up and you're dead. You walk home and you spread it to your family and now they're dead.
Yep.
God damn, use your fucking heads.
Yeah. It's uneducated, this. How can they do any different if they don't know? Just like Chris told me, I was talking to Chris. When I went to Jamaica, I was like, man, Chris, how do these fucking people live without power and fucking, shacks? They live in literally shacks. They post up boards for windows and doors and no power. And Chris was like, gee, how can they miss something when they didn't, weren't born with it? They weren't raised with it. So how can they miss it? They don't know how to live normal. They don't know what the normal life is.
I'm talking about the people in this country.
Yeah.
That are just completely ignoring the fact that these people are sick. They're not demanding that their government protect them and from the disease, and also at the same time, if you're going to bring them in, at least treat them and screen them and isolate the ones that can't be cured.
If it don't affect them, they don't give a fuck.
Well, it's going to.
Of course it will.
Before
It's
you
going to
talk
affect
about,
all of us.
Before you talk about treating anybody that's coming here illegally, how about treating our veterans first? How about treating the people on the streets of America first?
Yes,
I'm all about charity and this, that, and the other, but hey, why don't we take care of our home and lead by example so there's nobody homeless, hungry,
or jobless,
or disease, or that too.
Or like when the guys come home, when the boys come home,
Rebel, I'm not ignoring that. What I'm doing here. I'm trying to speak to the most liberal of the liberal. At the very fucking least, you wanted the universal fucking health care. Okay, what are you gonna do? You gonna treat something that can't be cured later with fucking Obamacare? Come on.
Yeah.
God damn.
We're all going to need Obamacare because we're all going to be diseased with TB and scabies and friggin', whatever else is coming.
MRSA will kill a kid quick.
I'm just hoping when I go sign up for Obamacare, I get an Obama phone.
Here's the other thing about disease is it's going to affect the young and the old quicker.
Yep. So basically, they're putting their kids and their grandparents at risk by, and they just ain't fucking. Oh, they're just saying that they're sick. They ain't really sick, and I would imagine somewhere out there saying that. Come on, wake the fuck up. At least a little bit.
Well, somebody's got it in for us, and everybody is out to get us. Apparently, even our own elected officials.
Oh yeah, number one.
I mean, how worried are you, HDP, about the whole issue of the health issue of this scenario?
Well, kids don't socialize with other kids.
No.
I know it's the. It's the number one concern, I think, overall, right now in the interim, in the first year, is the disease that could come across. Because the economic factors will factor in, slowly over time, and the societal, decay factors of, not integrating culture-wise and stuff. That's years down the line. So the stuff up front, the first year, is the disease impact or importation of unknown and untreatable disease that we haven't had here in a long time, or people aren't accustomed to. Did I lag out, or am I still on?
Yeah, you're still on.
Okay, it got awful quiet there.
We're just letting you
and you have that in all immigrant populations. LA has a TB outbreak constantly because of illegal immigration, and not people probably getting screened by our system. The only thing I know that is good is we have a good system to counter a lot of it. Just a matter of how far ahead of it we can get, or how soon we can catch it. How long is it going to incubate in a community before we're able to react to it?
I just want people to remember these young people are going to end up in public space and public places, you and your family, with all these untreated diseases.
Yep.
And you think a vaccine's going to save you?
No.
Oh, half of them are vaccine unavailable. That's why they have them. There's no vaccine for TB.
Not when you already have it, and they're vaccinating them for stuff they already have. That doesn't do anything. If the body isn't already fighting it off, then the vaccine's not going to make it, fuck. Shit. The stupid here is just outstanding.
Yeah, the stupid is real strong with them.
Well, a lot of it has to do with people wanting to bring America down a notch and have us suffer and, suffer through the things the rest of the world has suffered through, that we've been insulated from for so long. People actually have that mentality.
Nihilistic and suicidal is what I call it.
Yeah, I don't know what you call it.
Well,
I think they call it counter-tribal. Counter-tribalism is another term.
Those that would invite it at their own peril are nihilistic and suicidal.
Well, not everything. I mean, like Reb said, it's going to affect the kids and the old the most as far as any deaths. A lot of these diseases people are going to be able to recover from. It's just miserable.
Yeah, but you're only able to, who knows if you'll be able to recover from it, because we don't know what some of these diseases have done over the past 60 to 100 years. You know what I mean? When we've done away with a lot of these diseases, they've gone on to mutate and change, So how do we know what we're going to be facing when we face TB or this version of TB? You know, who knows if the CDC's up to speed?
That's what I was going to say. The CDC's been studying this stuff, and CDC's been sending people to around the world. You know, probably giving half this stuff out or causing half these outbreaks. I don't know. But,
Now that wouldn't surprise me, the least bit. Or that what is it? The Army Special Warfare Center or whatever, and
the World Health Organization's the real ones you got to worry about.
Imagine we have sort of an outbreak or a mild pandemic or something or other. All right, and on top of that, I don't know, just for shits and giggles, some biological warfare agent is released. Well, you know, the death rate's just going to go kaboom. Now, with everybody already sick or close to getting sick, talking fucking genocide.
Just to address Nubian Outlaw out there in the YouTube chats, what is the root of all the problem then, bud? You know, you're talking, you know, you're putting everyone down on here, but you're not saying what you think the root of the problem is. You know, at least I'm standing up and doing something. Sorry about that, guys.
What was his comment?
He was just saying that. Let me get down to it. Hold on. He put something towards me that you know, I'm saying that America is basically a sovereign land, and yet we went in and invaded Iraq, Afghanistan, and let me see what else he put. You know, as if he's saying that I told him to do that shit, yet I'm claiming we're a sovereign land. You know, how the hell does that... I didn't tell him to fucking do that. Says, okay, so your problem is that America is a sovereign. Nobody should be coming into this country. Meanwhile, I never said nobody should be coming in. I said come in the proper way. Okay? Meanwhile, the U.S. is invading sovereign Iraq, Afghanistan, Pakistan, Libya, etc. Can you see the hypocrisy? And then he went ahead and posted, he says, let's get to the root of the argument. Why can't we be addressed? Let's not pussyfoot and dance around the obvious. So what are we pussyfooting and dancing around?
Well, now, first of all, if you've watched The Dragon for a while, you know we would all agree with you on the fact that we shouldn't be fucking invading other nations. We shouldn't be sticking our fucking nose in other people's business, just like we don't want other people sticking their shit in ours. But look at the difference in the invasion, right? Okay, when we send shit over, when we invade with our military, we blow your shit up, kill your family, and then we send our corporations in to try and rebuild, make a buck, and actually turn those nations more westernized, right? The way we like them. Okay? Yep. So is that bad? Yes, it is. We shouldn't be doing that shit. Of course we shouldn't. But we're no longer a nation. We're a corporation, right? And the bottom dollar is the dollar, or whatever form of it, be it yen or ruble or fucking gold or whatever. Right?
And last time I checked, the people have no say on what our government gets to do.
But the illegal invasion, and yeah, we have no say, zero say. And if you know what, you can go look that shit up yourself. They ain't listening to none of us, no matter who gets fucking elected. They listen to their goddamn corporate masters. And you can find all the research on it you want. Yeah. You want to get down to the basics, it is the banksters. But the banksters are also, you know, heads of boards and shit on all these corporations. They all jerk each other off in one big fucking happy joy time.
There you know? If the government was smart, they would just send everybody an Indian, and then they'd be all fucked up.
Oh, is that it?
But yeah, we're not disagreeing with you. But you know what? I live in this country. If you come here legally and you work to be a citizen, or you even get, you know, we don't do work visas. So you want to come and become an American, more power to you. Is it wrong that they make it harder for you to get here legally than they do illegally? Yeah. But there's nothing I can fucking do about it. Nobody here in the panel can fucking do about it. Yep. Right? But we can go stand down there and stop them from dumping them in where we live.
Yep.
Right? Making them a tax burden for our communities.
Yep. Ask him if he wants a link so we can get somebody in here to you know, have a different opinion of you know, whatever, if that's even the case. And we don't do work visas.
I don't know. I don't know enough. We do green cards. We do. And that's
No,
basically.
we do. We have work visas.
We
Huge
do
work visa.
We
So
do
there you
exchange
go.
programs. We do, higher education programs. What are you kidding me? How do you think half of the people that are here illegally get here? They come in under the proper channels, and then when their time's up, they just never leave, and we have no way of tracking them.
Yeah, well, the ones that are coming across the borders these days are not those. Okay.
No, of course not.
But those at least that did it that way, whatever, right? You're here. I can't blame you for not wanting to leave and go back to fucking Pakistan if you don't have to.
But you got to remember, seasonal workers still have a visa.
Okay, I have plenty of friends who've done that same. Well, I did know about it because I know plenty of people who've done it. But there are people who've come from Ireland. Plenty of people just like me, my own damn family, that did the same thing where they got here legally and stayed. Got here on a vacation and got a job instead.
Yep.
So, yeah, I understand that, and that they're as illegal as the people coming across the border now, right?
Well, wait a minute now.
Yeah, I mean, they're breaking the law, but they're not coming in here on the government tit. They got a job. Did they take that job from somebody who is here illegally? Probably, but I mean that's been going on forever and a day. We're not arguing the point of people want to better their circumstances, but we are the only country that has these policies, these foreign policies, and that don't take our border serious, but yet we're allowing them to frisk our daughters and wives to travel. We're being groped anytime we want to go to a concert or a sporting event. Everything we say is used against us, at a later date to be determined. I mean, come on.
Right. Hey, Chris, does that guy want? Why don't you see if he wants a link?
I'll ask him. I'll go check the YouTube.
Because a lot of the times, man, somebody's commenting out there. It's not necessarily that we're on different pages. It's just kind of hard to translate when somebody's typing something, or you can't directly ask somebody, what their stance is on something.
That's how we met. That's how we met Jason. Remember, he said something that we didn't agree with and got in, and it turned out he was, somebody that we have good conversations with and like.
Yeah, and we don't always all agree on shit. That's not the point. The point is we exchange ideas and work through shit, and just whatever, group therapy, whatever you want to fucking call it.
Nubian Outlaw, would you like a link? I'm gonna go ahead and you guys mind if I send him one?
Yeah, I'll be right back though. House is about to get noisy.
If he wants one.
Let me know if you want one, Nubian Outlaw. Put it in here in the comments, and you're more than willing to come in and voice your side of the aspect.
Beware, we're all racists and fucking.
It's not even this, that, or the other. I mean, it's just a conversation. It's dialogue. It's not necessarily a debate or who's right or wrong. It's
I killed a lizard when I was little.
No wonder why. That they say that kids that kill animals when they're young turn up to be creeps, Tone.
Yeah.
That you, bro?
Yeah, buddy.
Yeah, if you mistreat animals, you're known to end up as a pedophile or mass murderer or something.
Serial killer.
I've been known to beat a few pussies, so you never know.
Nice.
Tony's the only one that got it.
Hard as you can.
But no, man, it's all good. We're all on a sinking ship, so it was nice knowing you guys. For all good times.
Had some kitty cat the other night.
We are on a stinking ship.
Stinking ship.
Fucking don't let them in at least, clean out the dang gang members and treat the sick. Come on, it's basic.
I'm not happy with the way that our country's set up. I'm not happy with the way the government is running things. Okay, this isn't the policies I've put in choice. I'm just voicing my opinion. Okay, I realize that the illegal immigrants are just a pawn. Okay, I do realize that. But there's nothing I can do to change the policy. So all I can do on my little teeny freaking little boat right here is stand up against them, putting them in my backyard. That's all I can do. Okay,
Dude,
because I've
fuck
yelled at
them.
them.
Broke
They
the
don't
law.
listen.
Fuck them.
Exactly.
Fuck them, fuck their kids. Fuck their whole family.
Listen, I don't have compassion for anybody past the people right in front of me. I have compassion for the homeless, the hungry, the children that are already here, that were born here, and because of the decay of our nation, have been put on the streets, sleep in cars, eat out of garbage cans. How about the veterans who come back and you know, they can't get medical care, they can't get psychological care, they can't find a job. I mean, you know, before you start, you know, taking care of the world, let's take care of our country first, right? I'm all about it, but you know, we're selecting a very small group of people to say, yeah, come on in, we'll take care of you, kind of deal. I mean, we don't have a good track record of taking care of anyone. Ever.
True that.
It ain't getting no better either, Rebel. It ain't getting no better. It's getting worse. I mean, fuck.
See, my thing is that I don't have this bleeding heart fucking compassion like everybody else. Oh, the kids. It's like, you know, their fucking parents are fucking morons, first of all. And whoever they send over here is just going to try to, when they grow up, implement fucking the bullshit that they ran away from, or the shit that, you know, I don't know. I see how it is. Like, even 4th of July, I'm out here in my neighborhood. I'm in a Mexican neighborhood, and they're all blasting Mexican music, supporting fucking American holiday, and I only seen one American flag out there, you know? I mean, I know that's petty, but still, I mean, everybody should have a fucking American flag out there. They should be fucking,
There's nothing wrong with being proud of your heritage, but, you know, speak English or die, motherfucker.
Yeah.
I mean, I'm proud to be American because that's the only heritage I fucking know.
I don't give a fuck who you are, and I hope that pissed somebody off.
I sent you that link, Nubian. Come join, brother. Come join. You know, it's a lot easier.
Be an American first, and you know, whatever you come from, you know, be an American first. That's all I ask. You know, if you want to be an American, be an American.
Yeah, if you're fucking here and you're taking advantage of, or I don't know if taking advantage is the right word, but if you're fucking sitting here participating in everything, and I mean, fuck, you're here in a free ass country, adopt our fucking, you know, use our language, fly American flag, be American.
Yeah.
Be productive. Be productive.
For not flying a Mexican flag. I'd never fly that piece of shit flag. I mean, you'd have to pay me a lot of money to see me flying that fucking flag.
You know, everybody gets hung up on the flags and this, that, and the pride and yada, yada, yada. What the fuck is wrong with you people? We don't have a country anymore. The Patriot Act, the fucking NDAA, the fucking all the shit that's been enacted took away our Constitution, our Bill of Rights, took all of that shit away. I don't know what fantasy world people are living in.
Well, so what I'm saying is be an American and resist that shit because that shit is un-American.
You talk to any real immigrants, you know, and they'll say the same fucking thing we're saying. Hey, this is absolutely not right. These people are being put to the front of the line. You know, there's a lot of immigrants that have you know, taken the test and jumped through hoops of fire to become a legal citizen here. And this is a worse slap in their face than it is to, you know, us that have been born here. You know?
Yeah, 100% agree with you because they, like you said, Rebel, they're doing it the right way. And why don't they get to be expedited instead of these people?
It's not easy to become a citizen through all the red tape because we have such a massive, you know, red tape structured system that it makes no sense. And, you know, so people, you know, they have to do all kinds of crazy shit to become a legal citizen. And, you know, it's just what's happening is not saving refugee children. What it's doing is it's collapsing
our whole country, our whole nation. And people, oh, that's pretty, pretty harsh, and this, that, and the other. Really? Well, what about the infrastructure? Let alone everything else. We don't make anything here. The food is now controlled by a dozen corporations. You know what I'm saying? I mean, I don't know. This is a recipe for disaster, if you ask me. But I'm typically a skeptic, paranoid individual anyway.
I feel you on that one, Rebel. And Nubian, Tony's fucking. He may not be Native American, but he's Native American. Oh, who is it, Noble or Nubian? I think it was. Oh, Noble. I've been saying Nubian. Yeah, Noble. Okay. Bro, Tony's fucking native to this country. I took a glance at it, and I just kept going with it. Tony was born here, bro, so what the fuck, you being native, does that mean anything? He doesn't have the same rights as you did? He was born on this country. That's what native is being born here. Everyone in this fucking panel is native here.
Well, yeah, Breeze ain't here tonight.
Yeah, Breeze isn't here tonight. Everyone else was born in this country just like you were, just like your family was. Did they choose? My parents didn't choose to come here. They were born here just like their parents were born here, just like their parents were born here. So what does it being native have anything to do with him not caring about whether or not we're taking care of our country first before we're taking care of someone else?
I'm done with arguing with somebody who can't man up and come in here.
He doesn't want to come in. I sent him the link.
Okay, so then
talk
to himself.
All right, and that's okay. If you don't want to come in, then yeah, you know what? He'll just keep yelling in the wind. But Moderate Fucker said something real good, or an FKR, right? But I can read. Said something real good that, and them and E. Kenny and Linda are having a good one, and some things that I didn't know. I'm going to first read Moderate Fuckers, and then I'll read E. Kenny and Linda's. But USA Inc., and this Moderate Fucker, USA Inc. is mortgaged to the hilt and now looking for victims within its borders to blame for centuries of its own country, which is actually kind of true. Has anyone made a list of the real criminals? Can there be any more than 3,000 to 5,000 of the bastards, just as you wanted posters? He's got a damn good point. And who are the cops going to serve when the bankers and the politicians and their business whores are all in jail, taking a dive, or suck the cordite fart? Okay. Wow, you're a wordsmith. That's pretty cool, by the way.
Yeah.
But, good points. And they're answering Kenny and Linda, because Kenny and Linda is talking about how there's going to be a war started up between the Lakotas, the RCMP, and the U.S. Right? They're kind of getting kind of ugly, it looks like, down on with the natives over tar sand oil. So it wouldn't surprise me. Remember what we've done to them everywhere else. So corporate America was around long before even America was, when you start reading into the Dutch and all the rest of it, But I'm going to do a quick shout-out while I'm out there. Optimus Android's out there. Just fix a broken curl bar with duct tape. I didn't get it, but there you go. Spirit Seed's out there. Noble Outlaw. Galanis Vilcus. Spanish Kids in High School. Pros by boycotting school. Okay, cool. Riddle Girl's out there. Third Ops out there. And no, Noble Warrior doesn't have to be. Noble Outlaw doesn't have to be out there. Oh, there you are. What's up, JQHL? Wow, how are you not turning up as spam? Did you get something fixed? Or did this finally fix itself? Southern Style 357's out there. Derelict Light. Let's see. 10 Round, you were out there. Kansas was out there. Kansas had said goodnight just a little bit ago, so I think I'm pretty much all caught up. I'm looking for... looks like they were having good conversation back there. So, but it's all the same people, so I'm going down until I find somebody new, and there we go. Midwest Middle Class was Audi. That's my mark. And also, check out that link that High Desert Pioneers shared about maybe an hour ago. If you guys want to be a little more informed on what's going on the Texas part of the border, no matter what your stance is, at least if you want to be informed on what's happening down there, from another perspective maybe you don't have, go check out that link.
But Mule, if I'm informed, I can't run off of my emotions.
Well,
bingo.
So that's my problem with being informed. I base all of my facts and my opinions purely off of my emotions of the minute.
see, I could just the feminization of America. Anyway, you know what I'm saying? So I don't know. I wish everybody was Spock and could just work from a logical point of view, but that never happened. We all have our own passions and let our emotions rule in one form or another. We might not let it rule in the political realm or the understanding of what's going on in our world today, but I'm sure we let it go somewhere else. You know what I mean?
They don't stop caring, but don't stop thinking either.
Yeah. So what is so you're planning? You're hoping to be able to go down there tomorrow, correct?
Yeah, I'm hoping to go tomorrow. I wanted to see. I'm going to call my contact down there and see if he's still going to be down there and if they've heard of a time that the bus is coming. Because tomorrow's Monday and I do have to work. I've got scheduled service calls tomorrow. So I'm hoping to maybe go after work or maybe even get up early as hell in the morning and head there before.
Right.
So we'll see. We'll play it by ear. If anything happens, obviously we've exchanged information, and I'll just shoot it straight to you.
Yeah, no problem, bro. I'll put all my shit back on my phone now. Damn it.
You don't have to. You don't have to. I can always.
No, we're good, buddy. Don't worry about it. You know what? I only kid when I say, the wife. I got a phone again. Okay, I lived without one for a long time. I know I can do it, but in some ways, fighting the system is kind of futile at this point. When they can track you through so many other things other than your phone. Well, what the fuck? I never talk crime on phone shit anyway. I won't talk felonies over phones. I won't do it on texts. I won't do it on the internet. Sorry about it. If you want to commit felonies with me, we got to talk face to face.
I don't, man. I don't.
Total line of sight, or we're deep underground.
Yep.
Hello, everybody. Hello.
What's up, Joe? How you doing, brother?
I sure am glad for you to see me. That's for sure. Justin Wilson used to say that. Cajun Cook.
Yeah, I'm hoping to go out there and maybe even debunk if whether or not the federal government is coming.
All right, with the Riot thing, that'd be great because that's the rumor running around the internet.
Any truth would be good.
Yeah.
Maybe I show up and no one's there, just me.
Were you back at Murrieta or Bundy?
Murrieta. Oh, looks like we lost Rebel. We're getting too boring for him.
Rebel? Nah, I feel like he left because I came in. Oh, no. Rebel. He got roused.
No, I don't know. Maybe Northern. What's up with you guys' connection up there, HTP? Because you dropped off and came back on, and Rebel just jumped, either bailed or we got too boring for him, or he lost connection. Are you guys having issues up that way? HTP.
Are you talking to me? I just came back in.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was asking. Did you drop because of a connection problem, or was it something else?
It's the whole thing. I think it's just the last couple of chats, like G Plus, has sucked, or Google Hangouts or whatever.
Right. And yeah, because Rebel dropped right at the same time, so that's why I asked.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you remember last time we were on too, or maybe the one before that, I was mentioning how my wife's channel was all blasted with showing no videos and no subscribers and all that shit.
Right.
It finally came back on yesterday.
Well, good.
Yeah.
So the room's been shouted out. We beat most of this horse to death, right? We can sit here and go round and round about jingoism or whatever, and I have no problem admitting I'm kind of jingoistic. I think we Americans need to take care of America first, and then we can help the. You know, you have to take care of your home fires before you can go out and help other people, right?
Sure.
And that's what our responsibility really is to do. We need to make sure America's back on track with the population we already have, working and, you know, fixing up first our own nation, because we already, and I've said it long before Obama came out last week and said, oh, we need to fix the bridges. Yeah, we could have started doing that in fucking 2000. So.
Right. Take the plank out of your own eye.
Really save the economy instead of fucking lying on it the whole time. Because the best way to save any economy in any country, right, is you start at the bottom. Once you start getting jobs to the people at the bottom, they lift the rest of the economy up, because they spend their fucking money. They don't save their fucking money.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because they don't have anything. They want to get.
That's in any nation, in any country, and we need to take care of it here first. And then when we're doing okay, America is a very large-ass country. Then going out and doing charity for the rest of the world is something that's accomplishable, right? When our own house is in order first, then we can help others if they would like help in their houses. You know what I mean?
Right.
Hey.
Oh my God.
Hey Noble, what you do is go to your inbox on your YouTube, and I sent you a link. And I don't know if you know how to get to your inbox. You need to go to my channel, and then from there you go to About, or Video Manager, excuse me. And then you'll go down to Community, and then from there you go to Inbox, and you'll see the link I've sent you to join. Damn, everyone went mute, huh?
No,
well, no, I just want to let you get your stuff out to him.
Yeah, he asked how to join, and I sent him a link. So
right. So I wanted to make sure he heard what you had to say while you were telling him how to do it. You know what I mean? And quick little update: we are being sponsored by Rebel Solutions and Poison Stinger Enterprises. Okay, so please go check their YouTube channels, and there will be links onto the items they have for sale. Rebel is doing his through the YouTube, and Poison Stinger does his through eBay. So
now, Mule, in the interest of having equitable time, you have to open up some time for nonprofits or charitable organizations.
Okay, so fair enough. You know what? I no problem with that at all, right? If any nonprofit wants me to shout them out or whatever.
Well, I would say go your local militia. That's what I would say.
Oh, there
That's
you go.
your PSA.
And there you go. You know what? Check out your local militias. Check out some kind of and we always do that anyway. Check out some kind of local group, because local is where it's at. It really starts local and then works its way bigger. You know, why is Chris able to go down to Murrieta? Because it's what, a half hour away?
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's a half hour away from his house. Guess what? Fucking Murrieta is local for Chris, right? Mm-hmm. Why did Tony go to Bundy Ranch? Because Bundy Ranch is outside of Las Vegas, and guess what? That's local for him. Why do you think HDP went down? Because even though it was hours worth of driving away, it's still in his state, and that's local for him. He doesn't fly the battle-born flag behind him for no reason, right? So when you ask some people, they're a citizen of their community before they are of their country. You know, Poison Stinger, right? Citizen of Arizona, went and protested for Arizona outside of a freedom rally where you weren't free, where you were searched, where you were limited in what you could come in with, limited in the filming you could do, blah, 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 in a fucking freedom rally, right? And yet the only people that gave a shit enough were people that, you know, think like we do. You didn't see anybody else protesting shit over the fucking 4th of July weekend. Okay, and yet, while all our freedoms are being robbed from us, and in a lot of cases, willingly given up, ooh, take my liberty for security, because I know you're not going to treat me bad while you're beating me with a club, tasering me, pulling me over all the time to steal my money. Right? So tell me how free we are in fucking America, and why we don't need to take care of home first before we go worrying about the rest of the world.
Right.
So hopefully you find it so you can come in and we can talk about it, Noble Outlaw.
Yeah, let me walk them through it one more time real quick, gentlemen. Okay, Noble, so what you do is you go to my channel. From my channel, you go to Video Manager. From Video Manager, you go down to Community. And Community, about halfway down, it'll say Inbox. On your inbox, it'll say a message from the 10-round Patriot. Click the message and then click the internal link that's in that message. Because if you just click the chat right there, it'll send you just to my page. So you have to click the internal link in there. He just asked how to get in again.
Cool. And I don't think any of us have you on G+, because that's the other way. Or if somebody knows how to, somebody has them on Facebook, that's another way. But the way we all learned was through YouTube.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, so the world's getting to be, and the world's a scary place, and it always has been, at least in my lifetime. But I've been living during the downfall of America, I mean, I don't actually.
Let me try to send him another one.
Cool. I don't actually know when it started, but I know I started seeing it even as a child when the manufacturing base started being taken away from the United States. Now part of our superior attitude or whatever that we got after World War II is because we destroyed most of the fucking world, and so we helped build it back up, and that made us prosperous for a short time.
All right, go
shorter than anybody thought.
Go recheck it. I just resent it.
And I don't even understand how people think our healthcare system can accept that influx of people when, like Rebel was talking about earlier, we can't even take care of our veterans. Some of this shit just gets, man, when you hear about the dude that he got his doctor's appointment 2 years after he was dead. What the fuck? You got guys coming back from overseas and, still getting shot, still getting hurt. There's still wounded coming back. And there's wounded already here who aren't being taken care of, that we're told to ask. Because this isn't even a draft. It's not like these people volunteered and under a promise that they were going to be taken care of if anything happened.
I also just posted it on your discussions portion of your YouTube channel. So even if now you go check under discussion, it should pop up under there as well.
And I can't blame you, like Linda Little Bear says. Now we're all on the res now. Every treaty's broken. It's all bad. Every promise, every agreement's been broken. So we're all on the res now. One giant fucking prison.
Yep. Giant prison. That's for damn sure. No messages from the 10 round. Like I said, I posted it on your discussions, so go check your channel and check your discussion. There should be a link
we're
there.
not throwing out open links anymore, man. So if you want it in the chat room that you're talking to us in, that's not going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. We used to do that. We got burned too many times, so we don't know who you are.
That's for damn sure.
It's just that simple. You want to bitch and moan out there in the chat and say you want to come in, and we make room. We give you a link.
Yeah, I think you found it.
Cool.
The 10 round. Like I said, I posted it on your discussions, so go check your channel and check your discussion. There should be
we're not throwing that open like man. So if you want it in the chat room that you're talking to us in, that's not going to happen.
Yeah. Noble, you got to.
We've been burned a lot of times, Noble. So
you got to
not mute your mic. Mute the YouTube video you're watching.
Yeah, mute your
turn the YouTube video way down, and then you can watch the discussion on YouTube while you talk to us. Yeah, baby. I'll be right back. Wife wants me. Happy wife, happy life.
I think he's still watching it.
Hey, I'm here, man.
Noble, you got to.
Yeah, I'm here.
Burned a lot of times, Noble.
I'm here, man. Can y'all hear me?
No, mute your mic. Mute the YouTube video you're watching.
Yeah, mute
your
YouTube video way down, and then you can watch the discussion on YouTube while you talk to us.
All right.
Okay, can you hear us?
All right, I can hear you, yeah. Can you hear me?
Yep.
Yeah, we're good.
All right, man. All right, man. Basically, like, look, I ain't trying to, like, okay, look, I'm all about sovereignty, and I'm all about nation states, and I'm all about, you know, protecting the homeland and whatnot. And I really don't think that we should be spending all this money abroad and shit, giving it away across the world. But let's look at the defense budget. Let's look at the millions of dollars that we're spending to go and build these other countries. I think when we stay talking about these same little isolated topics about the border and whatnot, they just broadcast that on the news to stir people up. You know what I mean? To get us into this tribalism phase.
Turn our heads to keep us distracted.
Everybody's gonna have them trigger words, you know.
Right.
Everybody's gonna have them trigger words to get them hyped up. You know what I'm saying? So all I'm saying is there's a lot of hypocrisy, you know, with America wanting to say, look, we don't want nobody coming over here. Meanwhile, we're going abroad and bombing all these other countries. That's hypocrisy.
And,
you understand what I'm saying?
I agree with you. We shouldn't be doing that. But what can you and I do about that?
Oh, I know. I understand it. That's why if we would stay on the topic at hand, you know what I'm saying? And how, because we're getting mad at these people or whatever instead of getting mad at the people who are pulling the strings. Now, what's really creating this violent situation south of the border is these drug cartels and whatnot. Well, we know that the CIA is the one funding the drug cartels. We know that they got caught bringing guns into Mexico. So these people are divided and conquering this place, and obviously there's going to be some backlash, and there's going to be people trying to escape that fucking hellhole. That's only obvious. Now, I'm not saying it's justified to be angry that people are coming across, but, I mean, you got to be humane about the situation. You know what I mean? It's not those people's fault. You know what I'm saying? Of course, they're going to parade it out in the news and play on people's emotions and shit. But, I mean, to me, being brown skinned, you know, because I feel like they're mad people are like brown skin coming over. You know what I'm saying? I mean, let's be real. 60 million Europeans came over uninvited. I mean, we know history, man. So being based on that, it's a lot of hypocrisy saying that, you know, a couple hundred years later after this land was ravaged, you know what I'm saying, where my grandma had to go through the Navajo Long Walk, you know what I'm saying, and yes, all my family's military, you know what I'm saying. My grandpa survived. He was a POW in the Bataan Death March. And they send a lot of Hispanic and Native people from New Mexico to that bullshit. So I'm all for that shit. What I'm saying is when people you got people who take over movements like these and they say comments that are racial, and I'm not trying to always be on this race bullshit, but I mean it hits a chord. Everybody got that trigger word that's going to piss them the fuck off. And the longer that we stay divided, I'm a libertarian, man. You know, I've been with this shit for 6 years. You know what I'm saying? I'm all about liberty and all that shit. So, I mean, we on the same page as far as that. You know what I'm saying? We're on the same page as that. So there's a lot of other, like, you know, Hispanic and Native people I know that are all about that. But where they're turned off is where they're going to show images trying to make us divided against each other. You understand what I'm saying?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I understand, and I'm Navajo too, bro. You know what I mean? But I don't bring that shit up because you know what? My grandparents didn't talk to me about that shit. You know, none of that happened to me. So why should I care about the past? I'm trying to make my future better, not someone else's future. And making my future better is making sure that my backyard isn't getting destroyed. Okay, and I realize that the people are just pawns. You know, they're not the ones putting themselves on these buses. You know, obviously the government is putting them on the bus. I realize that. You know, I just look at it as like they're coming here to take advantages of shit that us Americans can't even take advantage of. You know, are you getting free bus rides?
Again, that's a broad statement, though. That's an assumption. You know what I'm saying? Now that's an assumption. You don't know everybody's intention. Is that truly their intention? Because we got people who live in the United States. My case in point in Detroit, who are Americans and this and that, and they don't do shit for themselves. You know what I'm saying? You don't know certain people's intentions because there's a lot of people who really just want to fucking bust ass and get to work and provide their family. Yeah. Now, there's a lot of economic things that happens to where these global elite have totally tamped down Latin America. Now, you think people don't want to get Latin America in order? There's people like Che Guevara. There's people like Hugo Chavez. They want to take care of their shit. But every time that a decent leader comes forward and try to uplift the country and be economically successful, bam, they're either assassinated or through policies and lobbyists, they tamp that shit down, making these people dependent. You don't think that they grow all the shit down? Versus it's the people don't have access to their own fucking resources. You understand? Just like we don't have access to our own resources. We gotta ask daddy if we want to fucking build a house. We gotta ask daddy if we want to grow crops. So I think the problem is universal. You understand? It's that people don't have freedoms down there, just like we're losing our freedom here. You understand? That's what it is. I mean, correct me if I'm saying something you disagree with.
People keep coming is because they still believe in the freedom that we know we don't have anymore. You know, and you're right. It isn't the fault of the kids or the people coming across. Maybe the gangbangers, maybe all the bad shit that people can do. There's also a lot of people that are just struggling, that they need an easier way to come here legally. That's the only thing I say. I don't beget anything.
I'm even all for everybody having to come here. It's about the policies that we are involved in other countries. If we wouldn't be all up in their mix trying to fuck with their shit so that these corporations can make the money. Chiquita Bananas, for example. If you owning all the fucking land and not letting motherfuckers be able to live, that's why they're coming over here. You think they just want to come here for the fuck of
wiping out villages with their mercenaries that are ex-US.
You feel what I'm saying? Anyway. But yeah, let's get to the problem at hand. Now, with Cuba, because when I first joined the conversation, and my name's Derek, by the way, nice to meet y'all.
Well, you're noble.
And I'm not like a...
I'm Mule, Derek, but you're noble, and that's the way, we usually use the YouTube handles. That way, people can not be as nosy as they like to be.
By the way, have you seen the picket sign? People that are laughing, holding a picket sign that says, we came here to take your job, but you don't have one. Yeah, they're laughing.
Yeah, so good luck with that. There are jobs here for them.
Right, they come in here thinking that they come in here thinking that, and it's about pitting people against each other. I mean, let's be real. But at the same time, if we take our eye and focus on this small issue, we're not seeing the broader issue. You know what I'm saying? I ain't gonna be mad at them because I know what they're doing as a human. It's just what you would do for your family if this shit was fucked. Because people here, once this shit hits the fan, people might be trying to head over here, head over there. That's just human nature. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, but you got to understand that also
starting shit right off the rip. You don't want to go over there and slap people in the face with shit like what they're doing here. You want to come over here and do it right, just like everybody else did.
But that's the problem. That with that argument, you say come over here right, just like everybody else. Now that's fabricated. Let's be real. Let's not rewrite history. Because like I said in the comment, 60 million Europeans came to the Americas escaping tyranny. Did they not?
They went through Ellis Island.
No, 60 million didn't.
Okay, but 60 million
other than getting off the boat. Yeah.
So what is
you were able to kill so many Irish building the canals throughout the East Coast and starting the rail stations was there was no documentation of these people coming across. They didn't have to sign anything coming in the border or get checked back then. They just went straight out to wherever the job was that was going to get them killed.
But you know the numbers on the immigrants too was over, or with the Ellis Island thing, that was over like 60, 70 fucking years. The numbers they got now is like triple times that or whatever in a way short amount of time.
Okay, now you missed my point. I didn't say United States. I said the Americas. You know what I'm saying? The Americas.
Well, let me.
Okay? Now, when they came over, they were escaping the tyrants that were in Europe that were doing the same shit that they're doing right now. Now, let's be honest. So they were escaping tyranny, correct? Obviously, they weren't thinking about where are we going, are we invading these people, and they were just trying to get the fuck away from all that tyrannical central bank bullshit, right? Okay, so we as people, we are facing a common struggle, is my point, okay? We're facing a common struggle. The same shit that's going on down there.
Let me get across real quick, okay? And I was there on the 4th. I went to Murrieta. I went there to protest my government, just like majority of the people were there. No one was there saying that they hate the people, they don't want to help the people. They're saying we don't want the federal government pushing us around and telling us we have to take these people. Okay? Majority of the people there, and anyone who was watching, seeing that they weren't there protesting people, they're there protesting their government, using them as a pawn and pushing on them. So, you know, I have nothing wrong with immigrants coming in. Nothing wrong with that. Half of my side of my family is immigrants from England. Okay, and the other half was born here. So I have nothing wrong with that. There's ways about doing it. On top of that, we're pushing against the federal government, not against the people. Okay, and that's them forcing. You know, these people didn't come from California. They're just being bussed in and shipped from Texas, being bussed in by the Border Patrol. So that has...
excuse me.
That has nothing to do with the people. It has everything doing up is standing it up against your government.
Okay, and let's not pretend like this shit just fucking happened the other day in Murrieta. This happens all the time. It's when the media chooses to rally up different people and play on each other's fears and bullshit that they're gonna all of a sudden start broadcasting it like it's fucking breaking news. We know this shit has been going on for fucking years. You know what I mean? They just want to rub people's nose and shit and say, you know what I'm saying? We don't have to fucking... It's setting precedent that they don't have to fucking follow the Constitution and whatnot. I know this. You know what I'm saying? I know what they're trying to do. And, of course, they're going to take the most extreme sign from the Liberty Movement or from the whoever, you know what I'm saying, opposing open borders. They're going to take the most extreme sign and put that on blast like that's how everybody feels and shit. And I understand how we all understand how they play both sides against each other. I'm not here to try to be against each other because we got a lot of common things that as men that we want. I got children, you know. I care about the future of my family. I care about this country. My family has fought for this country as well. I got a lot invested in this motherfucker too. Now, when it comes to the whole race shit, I just hate that's something that just stirs me up because it's always an assumptions based on me. I'm sure you get it too. It's always assuming that I gotta come from somewhere else. No, motherfucker, I'm from northern New Mexico. Well, what was your grandparents from? Right there. Where was your great grandparents? Right there. I don't have to explain shit. You know what I'm saying? But no, what I'm saying is we have a lot of common interests. So let's not get caught up on the petty bullshit.
Yeah, I look at it as like that, bro. I wasn't there protesting the people because they're a pawn. I said they're a pawn. There's nothing those people can do about it. They jumped the border, and they're coming in on the scheme that the government's allowing them. I was there to protest my government. Simple as that.
Right on.
You know, I'm with you. People are here. No matter what I said or what I was going to do was make them leave the country because the government already had it in their place that they're putting them here. But I was there to stop it from happening in my town.
Okay. But it's obviously a part of a broader agenda, right?
It is. And you know what, bro? Like I said, I can't do anything to that broader agenda. I can't go up to Washington tomorrow and say, hey, guess what? You guys are stopping this because I said so. They don't listen to me. But you know what? If enough of us stand together and we go and beat these small little defeats, maybe they'll start realizing, okay, the people will wake up. And then from there, we'll be able to put in either elected officials that will stop it and listen to us and or something else worse is going to happen. That's the real only options.
I'm all for that because I'm all about action. See, because waking people up, motherfucker, if you're not awake by now and you don't realize what the fuck is going around with you, well, there's just no fucking help for you. You know, people have spent long enough trying to wake people up. That's about the people who are fucking woke and know where the fuck they're at in life and know what this shit is all about. This shit ain't something new. This shit's been going on since the dawn of man and shit. You know what I'm saying? Control, control, control. You know what I'm saying? And they control us by trying to get us behind these flags. They don't have no loyalty to an American flag. They don't have loyalty to a Britain flag. They want you to be loyal to something, like it's a fucking football team and shit. They ain't loyal to that shit. They're loyal to money. They are loyal to their corporation because they can destroy this fucking country, and the debt is at $17 trillion, and then they can cash out and wipe their hands clean and leave it to the actual people who are rallying behind that flag and say, oh, well, it's y'all's problem. It's the American people who owes that money. You feel what I'm saying? They're not loyal to a flag or a country, right? They don't have no borders. They'll move on to the next country wherever is profitable for them. So they can come here and destroy this country by design and then move on to the next prosperous place and never be held accountable for the shit. You feel what I'm saying?
And, you know, like
so we are so I'm sorry, what was that?
But see, I am loyal to my country. You know, this is my country. Okay, I don't know, we're getting cut off. I am loyal to my country because this is my country. I was born here. Okay, and I don't salute to the flag. I'm constitutionalist first. And this is a free land. And as a free land, we're allowed to go against our government. And I choose to. You know, and I realize that the people in power, the power at B, doesn't care about the little guy. I realize that, you know, and just like you do, and just like everyone else on this panel does. But we all have certain things we're willing to stand up for, and that is one of the things I'm willing to stand up for. Simple as that.
More power to you. I'm making a point, right? That's cool. Right on.
Hey,
but
my wife
you see what I'm talking
joined
about.
us.
I see what you're saying, brother. I see what you're saying.
I'm able to hear you as we're after I stepped away, and my wife is really glad you joined us and your new perspective on, because you're actually saying a lot of the same shit we do.
Yeah.
You know, just from a different perspective, which is kind of awesome in a way. But I understand what you mean, man. I wish we were all just humans, right? But we're not, right? Everybody takes a side. We're kind of built that way as humans. It's a sad state of affairs. And it always has been. It always the futility of, and take my race, my people, which are Irish. I'm not white. I'm Celtic, right? And they fight their brother just because somebody else prays to a god a little bit differently. You know, they don't have Jesus on their cross, so I'm going to kill these motherfuckers. And they've been fighting that way for hundreds of years. You know why? Because their Jesus isn't on their cross. That's the only thing I could really figure out was the big difference between the Protestants and the Catholics. You know, people always choose up sides, and yes, the government does work that game to the max, right? Because we should think of ourselves as Americans first, well, humans first, and then Americans, right? Human Nepalese, right? Human Uruguayan, right? Human Guatemalan, human Asian, Indian, you know, Russian, whatever the Caucasus, whatever the hell, one of the stands back there, you know, human first, then your nation if need be, you know, but that's not the way they make money in the game.
They want us focused on these narrow issues. This is why, like, when elections, they both try to rally up this and make it a one-issue election and bullshit. It's to even make themselves like they got fucking any kind of relevance anymore. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is on these small issues, on these narrow issues, it takes your mind off the broader issue. You know what I mean? Because we got to see, like, okay, for example, like what's going on in the Middle East and stuff. Like, we talk about economics and how it's affecting our security at home, but well, let's address the issues that were in all these other countries. And I understand what you're saying. We can't affect that, but actually we can affect that. You don't see nobody out in the streets anymore like they were in the 60s, anti-war protests and whatnot. Now, people always want to be on one side of this issue, one side of this issue, instead of thinking for themselves. That's why I never consider myself a Democrat, Republican, none of that bullshit. I'm all about the constitutionalists. I'm all about libertarian, Ron Paul, and whatnot, because them are some solid men, man. You vote with your conscience, you know, with your heart. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm saying is, people can't have it both ways. You know what I'm saying? We're spending more money overseas. People say, oh, we're not going to take care of these kids and treat them and all this shit. Well, what about all the motherfuckers who you're taking care of overseas with that defense budget? What about you bomb a building and then you rebuild the motherfucker?
Now. Welcome home, my friend. You're in the right place. We all hate them motherfuckers, and we all agree. I mean, my son wants to join the military, and everybody in this panel keeps telling me to break my son's legs. So yeah,
I agree with you.
We're all on the same page in that we understand that, you know what, we could not only fix our country but also be helpful to other nations in a humanitarian way if we fucking stopped invading other countries, stopped sticking our nose in other people's business, and stopped genning up this fucking war mentality that keeps nothing but corporate America rich.
And if I had the opportunity, if there was a rally out in Riverside to go out and stop wars, shit, I'd be there. But there's not.
Yeah, and there were, right? 10 years ago when Iraq started, there were people out there fighting for it. And everybody, you know, they were the Dems. And then the Dems, the second they got in charge, they continued it, right? They had the opportunity to end it all right there with the giant election, right? The hope and change. That's what all that bullshit was about, right? Hope and changey, right? We're going to end the wars. We're going to close Gitmo. We're going to do all this shit. Then the second they get into power, they're playing to the same corporate masters that the other motherfuckers did.
Oh yeah, well, it's glad that we all on the same page because we know their little bullshit tactics. You know what I'm saying? So we don't have to spend time on trying to. You don't got to spend no time trying to wake me up and shit because I already know what the fuck is going on. So I like to meet with like-minded people.
That's awesome.
Stuff like that, and that's why I didn't come into and I listen to people and what they have to say. I don't always agree with it, but that's your fucking right if you want to feel that way. More power to you. What I'm saying is, obviously, that's why they use race is because it's such a divisive topic. That's how you see people waking up and you see people towards a common goal. And what are you going to do? You want to throw race in there, and we on that shit like a dog on steak. You know what I'm saying? And we're guilty of that shit, and we play right into their hands with that bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And that's where it throws me. And what I be mentioning, I don't try to get race involved, but I'm saying when I was talking about hypocrisy, I'm talking about this, man. Okay, is that like I said in the comments, I mentioned about you can't set up a country like a bunch of immigrants came from Europe and came over here. You can't set up a country in the middle of the fucking Congo and then be fucking dumbfounded and you know surprised when where are these blacks coming from? You set up a country in the middle of this spot. You know what I'm saying? So let's not rewrite history. A lot of these people coming up from the Central American region, let's not lie, they indigenous folks. You know what I'm saying? So I just hate the unhealthy rhetoric, calling them like, oh, you're foreign, you don't do this, you don't do that. You know what I'm saying? They have ties to the land of the Americas. Now, what I'm saying is the policies that these corporations are doing are the ones that are affecting fucking Central America. You know what I'm saying? The Central American leaders down there are fucking puppets. And they have draconian laws that are causing these people to come up here. So let's not take our eye off the ball. So I'm all for protesting the government. And no, it shouldn't be an open pass. Everybody get to come in. It's a free-for-all. I understand that. I'm with you on that shit. You know what I'm saying? But I'm saying it's very narrow-minded to be just focused on that one issue. You know what I'm saying?
I do, and there's multiple issues. It's kind of a squirrel issue. It always makes me wonder when this thing started blowing up. I'm wondering what the government's doing on the other hand. Right. But I have kind of my own little tinfoil hat theory where I think the government the U.S. government controlled by the corporations, which control most of South and Central America, because we've been down there since the 30s, right, raping and pillaging and changing governments. We Americans, the United States of America, has been down there since the fucking 30s doing that shit. And I think they're clearing out their prisons, I mean, why are you seeing so many children come up here? It might not even be parents. They could be cleaning out their orphanages, sending all these kids up this way. Right? That's part of a coordinated plan with our government because they have a different plan. They want that Americas, right? They want the North American hemisphere to be one country and the South American hemisphere to be another, so they can continue to rape and pillage the land and the people, so they can continue to stay on top.
I'd like to just give a warm welcome back to Rebel Solutions. Thank you for coming back, Reb.
It's my pleasure. Nice to meet you, Noble.
All right, nice to meet you too, Rebel.
Excuse me for a second, Noble. Well, jack the fucking guy off already, Chris. Damn.
Hey, I can't help. I gotta spread the love.
It's
Did
nice
you
to
swallow? I want you as my prospect. Damn.
it's nice to be addressed when you come into a room. You know what I mean? It's
Yep.
polite. He has manners. That's
Yeah,
old
but
jaded
sometimes
bastards.
it's hard when you're in the middle of a conversation.
That's why I waited.
It's no different than you shouting out the room right when we get on a roll. So
I know, but I gotta bust his balls. It's fun.
speaking of which, this is your prelude.
Wait,
So-
now you want me to shout out the room? Come in and yell at me already?
Sure.
All right, I will.
Okay.
Well, no, go ahead, Noble. You speak first while I
So
go.
speaking of rebel solutions, okay, is when actually leaders started to get some fucking rebel solutions, talking about going onto their own dollar, like Hugo Chavez. Now, despite what people may think about him, I got a link that might shine some light on that character, and as well as when Gaddafi started talking about getting off the petrodollar and whatnot, that's when they had to go take his motherfucking ass out. So when we talk about an economy and we talk people, see, how do the certain communities, like some of these communities, they come over here from overseas and they do well for themselves. How do they do it? A lot of them, what they do is they stay within that community. Like if your wife's selling jelly, I'm fucking with you, getting jelly and bread and this and that. So a lot of what's a big threat to the system is us having our own economy. Now that's the biggest threat to them, because once they not in control of the money, then they don't have no power, because we got the spending power. But also another thing is that we don't have control over the resources. What they're trying to do now is we see technocracy gonna take over. They're gonna automate everything. You know what I'm saying? So we're talking about a threat to our jobs. How about they're going to fucking automate everything? When you go into Walmart now, it's slowly being, motherfucker, bag your own shit. You know what I'm saying? And we're not going to give you a job. They're consolidating this corporation, and then they're going to automate it. And then, so they're going to leave us still needing to consume, but not having any resources. You know what I'm saying? Leaving us powerless. This is how they've done this shit abroad. And what they're doing down, and I have from first-hand account, I have some friends that they have family. They're being chased off their land by the government, and they're getting chased off by the cartels. Now, who's fucking funding the cartels? These people are fucking farmers and shit. And they're consolidating all these farms, and then they're being chased into these small towns. They just lost their farm, their livelihood, and now they're fucking homeless and they don't have anything else. So what the fuck do they think? I'm going to the fucking land of the free and shit, right? So these people it's a bigger monopoly than we see, you know what I'm saying? Or I'm sure y'all know, but when we get into how can we fight this, and one of the tools is trying to create our own bartering system, our own money, you know what I'm saying? Because everybody who's trying to do that, though, they kill. What's his name? Hugo Chavez. The only sovereign country in the Americas, period, is fucking Cuba. I recommend that you watch The Untold Story of Fidel Castro. Fuck what you think about the man. The motherfucker's a ball. He kept his country sovereign, though. That's one thing he did do, with no dependence from any outside, source. It is sovereign. They're on this island, and they got to stay sovereign on that island. That is one.
That's why they took them out, because anybody who decides they don't want to use the central bank, the cartel, then they take them out. Then they're America's #1 enemy.
Yeah, and you're right, man. You know what? For all the hatred of Fidel, he's a baller. Okay, he was a gangster motherfucker when he started out, but a gangster revolutionary. Anyway, so let me do a quick shout out to the room. Southern Styles out there, 357. Smurf Killer's out there. What's up, Smurf Killer? Thanks for joining us. Joel's Quantum Heart Logic is still out there hanging in. Spirit Seed's still out there. Joe Outlaw's out there. Atomic Bulls, what's up? Galanis Vilkis. Noble Outlaw, you were out there. Croatian Forge. Now you're in. P NASCARs, what's up? Oh, hey, what's up? You can get in NASCARs if we have the room. All right, so that answered that one. Jay Watson. Jay Watt, yes, I will be sending you your after chat link. Our permanent after chatter. Holy crap, Kansas was still in here. Awesome. All right, so, and then I'm down to moderate fucker, and we already talked about the stuff that he brought up, which is great. And Linda, if you can, if you're still out there listening, or Kenny, if you can tell her if you're listening, can you guys do a video about that with the war on the Lakotas between the U.S. and the RCMP and the Lakotas? So they're basically getting squashed over oil rights.
Yeah, that's some messed up.
Hear more about that. So, and you can run a dragon on it. You got keys, Linda. You know you can always start one up during the day.
That's all tied into that Keystone XL pipeline where they're going to pump out tar sands down to the Gulf Coast and refine it and ship it off to foreign countries where they can't. The EPA standards won't allow them to use that dirty a fuel here, but we're going to be like selling it to China and shit.
Right, but all the while we're pumping it across one of the largest aquifers in North America. So if any accident happens, wonder why they're wanting to privatize water. So they'll destroy free water and then make you pay for the water that is right next to you, like that guy who got arrested and put in jail for having a rain barrel out.
Oh yeah, and of course fracking fucks up the groundwater, so you can't drill a well.
Air and water is a human right.
I believe so. And enough dirt to put your feet on and lay down.
Air and water is every living thing on this planet's right. Not just human.
There's still
everything.
Speaking of, hey, speaking of Lakota, is anybody here familiar besides myself with Russell Means?
Name sounds familiar. I think Linda.
Yeah, we know some.
Rest in peace.
Yeah, Russell Means is a boss, man. Talk about being for liberty. Do you know that a lot of the same things they did to the American Indian, a lot of the policies are the same things that they're implementing right now to the American people? You know what I'm saying? The same exact shit, the same shit. That's what Israel did to Palestine. All they did was took the blueprint about how America did to the American natives. Now they're doing it to just all the American people because it worked. So they want you getting used to these fucking rations and bullshit. You know what I'm saying? I mean,
talk to Linda. Linda Little Bear. She's one of the bartenders here, and believe me, she's clued us all into that. She's the one that teaches us that we're all on the res now, right? Because every treaty's ever been broken that the United States made with the Native American peoples. Every single last one of them. And now they're treating us just like we are all on the res now.
Yeah. Well, it worked the first time, so why not go with what you know, right? Another thing is talking about resources and stuff like that. They've changed the laws where even when you own land, now they're saying in New Mexico and I believe Arizona, for example, oh, you only owe down to a certain amount. We can drill all up under your bullshit. You know what I'm saying? And another thing is, I had a friend that was he went to help them out. It was out in Arizona, in eastern Arizona, up where all the reservations are. And there's a lot of the, what do they mine for the nuclear bomb? The uranium. So there's a lot of fights going on the resources as far as that. But let's talk about just resources in general. Us as the public, we the people, we don't even have access to our own fucking resources because it's all 90% of it is federally fucking owned and shit. So it's a false sense of scarcity. We're living in a big globe of abundance, and they want to make us fight over the crumbs. You know what I'm saying?
You won't get any arguments here.
We've seen that.
I guess. Well, what about solutions, man? Rebel solutions. That's what you fight. Instead of focusing on the little when like-minded people get together, we already know the fucking problem. Now, I do think that it should be time to start throwing like fucking powwow, man. What do we do about? How do we get this shit back?
Well,
like, how do we get?
It's a scary thing because what it's going to take back is the same thing it's taking back all over the world where it's happening, right? It's going to take blood, sweat, and tears and treasure, right?
Well,
but in America, that's a dangerous thing because we are born of revolution, and we are, if you understand that the tree of liberty needs to be watered with patriots and tyrants, then you understand that it's going to cause blood, sweat, and tears.
It's real easy.
I don't believe in there's no such thing as a bloodless revolution, man.
Yeah.
Hold on, guys. Let Rebel get his point across. What were you going to say, Reb?
No,
Your
it's
prospect's working overtime, bro.
it's the same blueprint of where we go when we determine that, America's number one enemy has to be taken down. How do we achieve that? We kill everybody. That's how it's going to be done. Go into a country, kill anybody who moves, destroy the infrastructure, take over the resources, build a multi-billion-dollar friggin' embassy, and never leave. Put your people in power. There you go. There's the blueprint.
So what we
Works
need to
every
do
time.
is do that within our own nation.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I disagree with that part.
And so, well, let's.
My
what
blueprint.
Go ahead.
Well, I've laid out my blueprint a couple times. I mean, it's going to take. Man, this cricket's working overtime today. It takes local, take control. It's got to be. We got to fight for liberty first, and worry about political association second. And however that works out, it could be regional, it could be new state boundaries, new organizational boundaries, but you got to get rid of and go past this boundary of what the shape of the 48 states is. We got to get past that, because that's never going to happen again. That's got to go away before this is going to change.
I co-sign that. Decentralization, I like that. When I first started listening to y'all, I absolutely agree with that, because it's going to come down to the locality, We can reach out and touch the people, you know what I mean? We can take back the resources in the community, you know what I mean? Fuck all this centralization bullshit.
Well, plus, you know who you're fighting with and fighting for.
Right?
And that's kind of big, broad brush. It's hard to get detailed plans, but in general. But like you said, and you're spot on, Noble, about the economy. And we've talked about this on here many times. Until you get rid of debt-based economy, until you have an economy that's worth something real goods, real services, you're not going to be able to grow wealth or grow and prosper.
Yeah, and that's why, my grandma, for years, like my grandpa, he was a horse trainer, you know what I'm saying? He had a lot of palominos, he had a lot of horses. We had cows. My grandpa would go out and he'd milk the cow. Every morning, my grandma would make the homemade milk, the cheese, the cream, everything, and used to sell it for $5 out of the kitchen. Now this is in a small town in Mora, New Mexico, northern New Mexico, near Taos, right? And so recently, that town was always like a rebel town. Nobody ever came in there, so they shut my grandma down, trying to make a she wasn't making a living off of it, but it was her brothers and sisters and people in the community that she was selling it to. Now that's true local economy, and that's what they're going after. Small farms, just people trying to make a living. You know what I'm saying? Because they're going to monopolize everything. Oh, what's that? You growing some corn on your own land? Fuck you. You can't do that shit. That's illegal. You know what I'm saying?
If they eliminate cash, man, they'll really have us by the balls, because then they'll know everything we do.
Oh, yeah. Hell yeah. Do you know that Utah, it's illegal to trade in silver and stuff in most everywhere in the United States? See, but the thing is there has to be not only non-compliance, man. That's a big non-compliance. You know what I'm saying? Fuck it. You know what I'm saying? Non-compliance. Because once you bow down to that shit and you walk your ass over to the court, oh yeah, you know what I'm saying? Then you're being compliant. You're giving them power. You know what I'm saying? So non-compliance by a lot of people is another thing. And also, I know in Utah you're allowed to sell, you're allowed to trade for silver. So I'm surprised. I was even thinking, like, why not be able to take advantage of that loophole? If you were to set up a internet-based company in Utah, you know what I'm saying? That could be an option. But also, you can't. Also, this great thing about the internet is like Sun Tzu. If any of you guys have read The Art of War, you know what I mean? You use your enemy's weapons. All these weapons that they're using against us, all we got to do is collect that shit off the ground and use it right back. Hence this conversation that we're having right now. You know what I'm saying?
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, we've been using the internet, for a while, and just hope we can hold on to it a little longer.
But that's a good thing that's what's great about being able to rally people together and get everybody on the same page and create networks, because that's what it's all about, is creating networks. You know what I mean? Because we're all in different regions, and we all know there's like-minded people. I might know 15 fucking people, out here that can actually do something for a common goal, a common cause. You know what I'm saying? If we get fractioned off into these one issue shit, you know what I'm saying? And we're gonna lose focus. That's what they want. They want to be divisive about the shit. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and part of what, every time you kind of caught us on a day where we take topics, but we want all the way back to at the end of the day or throughout the week, how do we take this going forward, or what is their agenda overall? We try not to focus in on it in particular. We're trying to branch off, like you're talking about. How does this affect economy and development, and effects around the world, and all those things tie together? Yeah, but again, when you talk about waking people up, you kind of got to approach it. It'd be nice to wake people up with this too, and approach it in a way that breaks it down a little bit.
Like, do you guys remember seeing what it wasn't really showed on the mainstream media, but in Brazil, it was pretty recently, like around the same time that they were doing that in Egypt, when all the people were in the streets in Egypt. The same thing was happening in Brazil. See, a lot of these Latin American countries, the problem is they need to fucking take care of their own shit too. You know what I mean? They need to fucking go up against their government and go up against their corrupt officials. You know what I'm saying? But we can't sit there. It's easy for us to say, you fuckers need to raise up against your fucking corrupt officials and get your own country in line. Well, at the same time, that's kind of what we got to do too, though. You know what I'm saying?
We need to do
we need to. You know what I'm saying? It's easy to say, worry about your own fucking country and get your own shit together, but at the same time,
that's why we got
that same problem
on international affairs, because what people do over in their fucking country is their fucking business. Syria, that's Syria's business. If they're working in a civil war, that's their fucking problem. Am I sorry that people are going to die?
The diversity in America is like no other country. So
but
I disagree on that, because
the Brazil thing, I mean, they went to, those people rioted and almost took over their damn country over a 3-cent increase in public transportation.
But that's what the media was saying, that it's because of an income. That was some bullshit. They were spewing that it's because of this to take focus on what the real issue was.
Spark. It's like the straw that breaks the camel's back, right?
Yeah,
it's not. I mean, okay, in the fight you get with your old lady, right? It's never the fact that you got smacked for the millionth time with the nylons in the bathroom, right?
Yeah.
Or it's everything that built up to that moment.
Yeah.
It's what's going to take that spark. Here in America, we're much more complacent. We were freer. Most people don't even realize. I've had this conversation all week. Most people do not realize the freedoms they've lost.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
They don't believe they are lost. They don't understand what's going on in the country because they don't want to. They have that cognitive dissonance. They don't want to see what's right in front of their face. And that's what we're waiting on. When you say what's going to take it for this country to change, it's going to be that kind of spark. What it's going to be, at one point I thought it was Bundy. It may still end up being Bundy, because that's what the whole thing, the Bundy fight was about, was the right over the resources that were there in front of them. The land that those people, and they were invaders, they settled, whatever, they were settlers, white Europeans that settled, but they've been on that land for over, 100 and change years. They moved in there in the 1860s or something. So, and they've been using those resources, and now the federal government is coming in and telling them they can't use it anymore. And they've already driven out all the rest of the ranchers around them that used to be there.
Are you talking about the thing that was in Nevada?
Yeah. The government's doing it the same, and they're acting no different than Chiquita did down in all through Chile, and where else were they? They were in
Central, Panama, Nicaragua.
Panama, yeah. Yeah, and they're playing all the same script up here, and just what it's going to take to light off the American people. I pray to God it's not something divisive. That's why I thought maybe the Bundy would be, because in the Bundy ranch that they never showed was black, white, Indian. Everybody was there represented, standing up for what was right, because they understood what the federal government was doing was wrong. And that's why they had to portray him as a racist,
Right.
because he didn't say it in the common lexicon of today. What he,
I agree with you. I agree with you. And that's their number one tactic, to sit there and divide us. And I'm guilty of letting it happen, because you have a movement like the Tea Party, which I'm all for. You know what I'm saying? But then I think somebody like a minority gets turned off, because then they want to try to play on your emotions and shit, and point out this small group of people who feel this way. You know what I'm saying? Like somebody earlier was saying, running off your emotions. I'm glad they said that, man. That's true, because that's how we are as people. You know what I'm saying? There's always going to be that little hot button that gets us riled up, and it makes us lose focus. And they know human psychology, man. They know what to fucking put in front of you. That's why the Facebook is doing all these test things to see about moods, and they're trying to fuck with us, So they see people getting together from different backgrounds, and that's a threat, because when you keep people pitted against each other, you keep them separated. You can control that easier. You know what I'm saying? It's about control. Controlling the topic as well. We let them control the topic by talking about what the fuck they shoving in our face. You know what I'm saying? And yeah, that Bundy thing, man. I thought that was a victory, because it's small little victories like that's gonna help us out in the long run and embolden other people to stand up for their rights. But if we ain't got land rights and water rights and the right to make a living, you know what I'm saying? Like I was explaining about my grandma, I don't know, man. It's going fast.
They're destroying their personal infrastructure.
Yeah, and like you did say with your grandma, they're shutting down these small places all over the country. It's not just in New Mexico. It's up here in Illinois, right? The small little farm stand where the dude, people have 3 acres of stuff that they're growing, right? Mm-hmm. And then they want to sell it on a roadside stand. Well, now all of a sudden they got to get licensed, or they got to get permitted, or they got to somehow ask permission. Right, and that's the whole thing. If the government ain't making their buck, and whoever their enforcers aren't making a buck, then they can't justify their existence. So that scares them more than anything.
Well, I think it's bigger than that. When you talk about food, you talk about water. It's about control. If you control the food and the water and don't allow anyone to provide that for themselves or their community, you own them.
Absolutely. Just to the point about the American Indians, you know what I'm saying? My people survived off buffalo. The buffalo, that was the buffalo provided a house, a roof over their head, meat in their stomach, and clothing on their back. They weren't dependent on these people. They had to find a way to get them to come into them. So what do? You eliminate the buffalo. So the same thing, that you eliminate a man, because it's a war on men too with all this feminist bullshit. No offense to any women, but you know what I mean? To take away the man being able to provide for his family, you know what I'm saying, and take away our food resources, the same thing, to try to get these people that are dependent on handouts and on food stamps, and getting you used to that, and slowly cut you off. You know what I'm saying? Get you used to that dependence and those rations. That's the same shit. So in order to control us, yeah, absolutely, the food and the water and the land, and then they're gonna, in the guise of environmentalists, they're gonna sit there and force all these people into these fucking cities. They don't want people to be rural anymore, because then they're self-contained. They're not dependent on an outside source. So absolutely.
Here's the irony of them destroying the buffalo. They were also destroying, they were ensuring their own slavery, because that's a free and open resource that needs no tending, unlike cattle.
Right.
Anybody could use that resource, but they decided to waste it, and get people to do that work so that they could do what they did. And so it ended up screwing everybody, really.
Yep.
But you talk about plans. Somebody was making money killing the buffalo to be able to put cattle involved, because the cattle came from Europe. So the Europeans made the money, right, bringing the cattle from Europe and killing the natural resource that was already here and replacing it with the cattle. So
right.
I love
buffalo hunters. The ones that went out there to slaughter them all were fucking whores. I'm just going to say it, they were all fucking whores. They were whoring for the state.
Yep.
That's it. That's all I got to say on that one.
Well, hey guys, it's my time to roll out of here. I'll talk to y'all later. It's good
all
chat.
Right.
Good to meet you, Noble. That was good to have you in here.
All right, man. I appreciate it.
Talk
Me
to you
too.
guys
Nice to meet you, man, and
Well, you
good
want
Have a
night
good week.
to everybody.
Hey, HD, you want to do your quick shout out, and then I'll start doing the shout outs. So you want to do yours? You got anything to shout out this week?
Noble Outlaw. Good discussion. Just checked him out on G+. He's got a lot of good links. Definitely brings it from another's perspective. So that's always good. I mean, we've got other people, like the Not Perfect One and everything. It's good to have that wide variety. So it's good to get everybody involved. Might come by and visit the Dragon. But check out, I linked in the external, that radio discussion from the Texas border situation. And go support your local militia. That's all. Have a good week.
All right. Have a good week, HD. I'll talk to you later. And we're going to keep up with the shout outs. So I'm going to start from my left to right. Chris, you're up first.
All right, like I said, I am contractually obligated to shout out Poison Stinger first, as well as Rebel Solutions, Meal Team 66. Thank you definitely for Noble Outlaw coming in, sharing his point of view. Joe, Dystopian, anyone else on the panel?
All right, is that it?
That's it.
All right. Hey, Dystopian, you're up. Any shout outs?
I want to give a shout out to Are You Ready For It? I put it on the side chat, I linked to it, and you can find her out there on the YouTube and the Google Plus. She recently posted a list of all the people in Congress that voted against net freedom for us. So go check that shit out.
And that we need to add to our 3,000 to 5,000 list. My list's a little longer. Mine works into about 25. What was it last time I checked? I have it on a spreadsheet. Only one I've ever done. But who's in as the Dragon? Is that you, Sting? Or
Sting's not in.
Well, somebody's in as the Dragon. Is that G? Or is it third? Well, I'm just going to skip over you till you turn your mic on. Hey, Joe, you got anybody you want to shout out?
Sure. I'll shout out Rhineland Redneck 65, Green Dragon Tavern Chats, Mule Team 66, Chris Conrad, Dystopian Empire, Tactical Tony 702, and thank you, Noble, for coming in tonight and having your speak. And welcome to the Green Dragon Tavern Chat. So that's all I got.
Thanks, man.
And with that, I'm cutting out too. 1 o'clock. I got asparagus to pick in the morning and weeds to pull. See y'all later.
All right, see you, Joe.
Later, Joe.
Noble, we do shout outs of channels we find interesting or anything like that. Topics, whatever, for the next chat, and whatever. This is the shout out time at the end where everybody gives people the heads up on certain things. So if you have any, it's your floor.
I'll just give a shout out to all y'all for taking the time, and it's a lot easier to get your point across when you're able to have dialogue as opposed to in a comment box or a person doesn't understand where you're coming from or what you're trying to say. And really, what I think I'm trying to say is that we probably have more in common than we do have a difference. So I like to be focused on what we can get done together that we have in common. You know what I'm saying? Because nobody's ever going to agree 100%. So I appreciate you guys letting me get my chance to speak on here, and I would be interested in knowing when you guys have the next live chat.
Cool. And you'll be welcome back, my friend, which I'm actually going to, as I'm talking, save your profile on here so I can be able to send you links. You only have one follower? Well, now you have two. Buddy.
All right.
And you're getting put in the chat. Anyway, I'll be able to get a hold of you.
All right.
That way, through G+. And if you have a Facebook and you want to let us know about it, I can send you links there too. It is a little easier than swinging through the YouTube. And and that's why, we've gotten a little picky, and that's where towards the tail end before you came in, because we've opened up to a lot of people and let other people come in, and sometimes they're just not a good fit. So now we usually do a test. But you were, usually after chat kind of thing. But you were doing such good commenting in the chat that's why it's like, hey, you need to come in and speak your mind because you obviously have an opinion. And that's always welcome here, even if we don't agree with it. And like you said, we agree with a lot more than what we disagree with.
Right.
So, Reb, now don't you, Reb, or you, Sting, shout out your own damn channels, because I have to do that at the end anyway as part of your sponsorship. Which
Yeah,
I'm
I've never
about,
never done that, but I do want to shout out the political port. I don't know where she's been, but I miss her. So everybody go sub her, the political port, and yeah, man. You know, to anybody who watches the Green Dragon, this is a soapbox. Everybody's welcome until you know, act foolish, and then you're not welcome. And we like people who have a difference of opinion, or you know, have a different perspective, because it keeps it fresh and entertaining. It helps us, you know, rethink our own perspective on things. So, Noble, it's awesome that you had the courage to come in, because it's not easy, you know, coming into a place with new people and speaking your mind and being forthright. So, shout out to you, man.
Right on.
I hope you come back, and I hope you encourage other people who are in the chat room and you know, to have the courage to ask for a link and you know, get off their chest what they're thinking as well.
Right.
Noble, it's so good to see you on here. I'm so glad that you got a link and came on. I knew you had a lot to say from the chat room, and I'm just really happy that you're here.
All right, I appreciate all the love, man. I really do. And
that's Riddle Girl. She's another bartender, by the way.
hey, I'm not like the computer. I'm not great with the computer, so it takes me a minute to figure out. Like I don't know how to do that or any of that. It's all new to me. So, but definitely, I like the way I like what I was hearing. You know, I like there being able to forum. You know, and speaking with like-minded people that you don't gotta sit there and explain how the world works and shit with every encounter. That's nice.
That's what I like about this. We all try to keep it respectful, and as we've kind of touched on already, you know, we've had some people that we've actually kicked, but those are the people that not only disagreed with us, but they weren't respectful. Because we can disagree all day long, but at the end of the day, if you're going to resort to, not you personally, but if somebody's going to resort to name calling, I ain't got time for that. We can have that debate back and forth, but keep it respectful, you know, and that's not directed towards you. I'm just saying
Right.
over in general.
No, that goes without saying. Yeah, absolutely.
Any other shout-outs there, Sting?
Shout out Mule Team and Rebel Solutions, my two favorite bitches.
Two favorite assholes, right?
Yeah.
And yeah, and I don't really have a shout-out tonight other than my wife, Mrs. Mama Mule, right? Mrs. Mama Mule, right? Not, or Mrs. Mama Mule 68. Anyway, so that's the wife. And happy wife, happy life. So, but I do want to encourage everybody anybody who wants a link, come on in. And one of the reasons why I throw the open link out at the end of the chats when I do them is so we can meet new people who might not want to talk on air. Right, because it takes guts to come on here and just jump on like you did, Noble, and speak your mind, and like Reb said, stand up to a room full of people you don't know, and yet voice your opinion, and not coddle to what the room has to say, but stand as a man and get your point across. And we are just all human Americans. We're just all humans on this damn planet, and hopefully the human race stands up for freedom eventually. But I think it starts here in America because we're the ones that showed the way the first time. Now we just got to stand on those ideals that were brought and include everybody instead of finding more and more people to exclude.
Right on. Well said.
But on that note, I'm going to throw the chat link out into the open chat so that way anybody can come in if there's room for the after chat. We're all going to hang out for a little while after I shut down the broadcast. And Noble, for your information, anybody else new out there, the 33 people that are watching, I do it usually on Sundays, sometimes on Tuesdays, but usually at 9, and Thursdays at 9 p.m. Central. But the Dragon can kick off at any time. Tomorrow, Chris is going down to Murrieta. We'll do a live chat. We did live chats from Bundy. We did live chats from the Grass Walk in northern Nevada. Sting. We did a live chat from Phoenix, the Phoenix area, with the Freedom Rally with Stinger. You know, we can't trust anybody else's information except what we see, feel, hear, and touch ourselves. So I can't buy half the bullshit anybody says anymore. So that's why we're trying to make it so we're citizen journalists along with being citizen soldiers. You know, to where if somebody's in an area and they can report on something, that's awesome. You know, I wish we would have had somebody in Albuquerque. I wish we would have had somebody, you know, all over the country on everything that lights up. You know, and hopefully we will eventually. So on that note, let me shut this down, and then we're going to head into, I'm going to post that link, and we're going to all open our belts and burp and try and not look so cool. Good night, everybody.
All right, man.